Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the lab. I'm your host, Joshua Diaz. We got a great show for you tonight. It never actually ends. Like they want you to play music nonstop for some reason. I don't quite understand it. But we have a great group of people in the house tonight, and Dr. Gary should be here in a little bit. We have John Lamb up there in the I don't know, the right hand, I guess it would be the right hand corner. Good to see you, John. How are you? Oh, I think I have you muted. Hold on.
Let me I'm doing great. How are you doing, Josh?
I'm doing well, thank you.
It's wonderful to be here. I'm looking forward to the questions. And, you know, you've got two hostage negotiators here. So if we don't know the answer to the question, we'll lie and you'll believe us.
That's a very good point. But
so what's new?
Yeah. We're the people who, when we tell you after you've been holding hostages with, for 13 hours with a gun, no, really, you won't go to jail if you come out. and then they're shocked when they got as many chains on them as the ghost of Jacob Marley. You lied to me.
Yeah, we absolutely did. I mean, I think that you can't really. It's hard to reason with unreasonable people, right? I mean, it's sort of one of those.
Yeah, there's some truth to that, and basically, hostage negotiations is basically selling a bill of goods to people. So,
sure,
and doing it in a way that, who was it? George Burns said, "Once you can fake sincerity, you have it licked." So,
makes sense.
Anyway, it's great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And right below me, we have Bob Gilliam. Bob is he was a detective, a traffic cop, and also an undersheriff, also an avid. Are you an outdoor? I mean, I would imagine you're an outdoorsman too. Do you like camping and stuff? You see a lot of Bigfoot and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for Bigfoot to take me to the moon here pretty soon, right after the show.
He does. He works for Elon Musk. SpaceX.
And
I'm hooked up to Starlink, so that's right.
Okay. Yeah. So do you do a lot of camping? I mean, is that something you or?
I have been. Nothing this summer yet, but it's still early, so plenty of time. And but yeah, I do a little fishing. Not so much hunting. I used to big game hunt. I elk and deer hunted when mostly in my Wyoming days, and enjoyed it immensely. But not so much anymore. Not here in Idaho.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for being here. I always appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Good to be with everybody.
Yeah, it's always a lot of fun getting everybody together. And Dr. Gary Brucato, forensic psychologist and author of The New Evil, just joining us. And thank you so much, Dr. Gary. Good to see you. And if you have not, please go over and sub up to Dr. Gary's piano page. I think you just put something out today as well, correct?
I think so. Yeah, I did a piece for a couple that had their wedding anniversary that wanted me to play their wedding song.
Oh, very cool. But thank you so much for being here. And then we have Chris McDonough of the Interview Room. Chris, fantastic show tonight. I always enjoy when you interact with the Kinsalvis family. They're very great, in my estimation, great people who have just been through the ringer of life and still go through it every day. So I'm glad that they have people like you, and even, Dr. Gary, you've been on the show with them and spoken with them on Chris's show before. You have them, you're in their corner, which is awesome.
Yeah, they're fantastic people, aren't they? They
Yeah.
really are. And it's great to see that they're channeling their energy to something very, very positive. So, yeah, everybody go watch that, and you'll see their foundation that they set up. It's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed. I always enjoy. They're very smart and level-headed people. People that have been through things like that, especially how public it is and was and will forever be. I mean, that's one of those cases that goes down in history, where there will always be, like the Bundys and the whether it's right or wrong, it should or shouldn't. It was a media circus around it, and it's still there. Luckily, Brian Koberger's getting harassed incessantly in prison and can't get the bananas that he wants, which is good. I mean, that's I like
the bananas. He just not sure if they're the right.
It's too funny. That's great. So anyway, yeah. So thank you guys so much for being here, and we'll just we'll take some calls tonight. Any cases that you guys have been following? I don't know if you're familiar with the Lynette and Brian Hooker case out of the Bahamas, but they have a serious investigation going on down there about the man who claims that his wife just fell off the dinghy, and they're finding all sorts of inconsistencies. And Banfield today just said that he's no longer cooperating with the authorities. What does something like that tell you guys as law enforcement when they say, my wife's missing, she fell off a boat, but I'm not going to cooperate with you? Does that just set off all sorts of red flags for you?
Well, it's usually a clue. Yeah.
I mean, have you ever had somebody that wasn't involved in a certain, in a case like that, or that had nothing to do with it, but refused to work with you, somebody who was close, like a husband or wife? Have you ever had that happen?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There was a murder in our city in 1986, and it was a gay couple. They didn't reside together, but they lived nearby, and one was found shot to death, and the other one categorically refused to speak to us, got an attorney, and moved out of the area. And so it's not uncommon, but yeah, to say I'm not going to help with the authorities when, if I recall correctly, he was talking about how he was going to renew his search for his wife, and I guess it was like OJ looking for his wife's killer on the golf course.
Yeah, he did that.
You see it quite a bit in with gang shootings and gang murders, and other crimes involving gangs in the inner cities mostly. But and it's, in fact, that's very common there. You rarely get cooperation in some of these neighborhoods. So
whenever you hear about the gang shootings and drive-bys and stuff, very rarely do you ever hear about cooperating witnesses, even if they have nothing to do with it. It's just kind of the code that they go by, and it's just kind of, you just go door to door, I guess, and keep asking until maybe somebody will talk to you, but probably not very often. So anyway, so Chris, also I was going to say that I believe is it Monday? You have a show coming up on Sunday about summer wells, and if anybody, that's certainly a topic that we can discuss tonight. We can talk about that, or anything else really true crime related, just completely fine. But what do you have planned for Sunday?
Well, we're going to go over some of the fundamentals. Karen's got a whole lineup of stuff that she wants to cover. And we got a conversation with TBI that we had last week. And essentially, they're still at square one. That's the bottom line. But
you don't have to give up anything if they told you, but do you think they're still working?
No.
You just think that they're waiting for somebody to say something, maybe, possibly.
Yeah, they're out of runway. So, they're waiting for the Easter Bunny. So it's gone cold, even though they say, it's still actively being worked. It's only actively being worked if leads come in. But they're not chasing leads. They're not sitting down with people and rewriting information. That's for sure.
Yeah, it seems to kind of be a common theme, especially and then you have the Sebastian Rogers case, and I see Seth Rogers, father of Sebastian, in the chat. Another case where not much movement. It's.
That's a weird one too. With Seth, the father of this boy who is looking for his son is at work. They have him on video at work, and the sheriff's department won't come out and publicly clear him as the guy responsible for the disappearance of his son when his son disappeared in the house of his ex-wife.
That's right.
He was at work. He's a deputy sheriff in the correctional system. They got him on video at work when his son disappears, and the sheriff won't clear him. I don't get that piece of the puzzle. That's for sure.
It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. It's a terrible case, and he's been missing for quite some time now. So, hopefully there's some movement on these cases, but for some reason, it feels like they're all at a standstill. And sometimes I feel like, with the Summer Wells case coming up on the 5-year anniversary, that they're kind of, it's like you have, I don't know, it's like you just don't have the evidence. And, I guess that happens from time to time, but I still don't understand about, there were other charges that could have happened in those cases. I believe that 100%. I know they admitted to certain crimes, and nothing, no movement whatsoever. Just well, we'll solve it if we solve it type thing, and just a really terrible case. And so
Hey, Josh, how about the events in Ireland, Northern Ireland? Kind of interesting set of events there.
Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, Chris has been keeping up on it a little bit better than me. If Chris wants to.
Yeah, so they had a situation where an individual, immigrant in Belfast, tried to behead a neighbor 2 doors down in the street, and it just exploded
with a kitchen knife. That he blinded the guy, and he had entered Northern Ireland via the Republic of Ireland. And I think this fellow is from Senegal?
Yep.
Sudan.
No, Sudan.
Okay. And it was a vicious attack. And people are reacting very negatively to it.
Well, it's been coming for a long time, right? And we're watching history. We are watching history. You know, people, I mean, you've heard me say it on your show many times, Josh. You know, what were the circumstances in 1933 that eventually in 1945, after, you know, World War II ended, that the people who lived outside the concentration camps, people forget that it was only 1/3 of the German citizenry who voted for Adolf Hitler. Only 1/3. That means 1 out of 3 voted for Adolf, and yet there were over, you know, millions and millions of people that were killed, and all in the name of groupthink, a singular thought process.
Yeah.
And you know what? We're witnessing it. We're witnessing history again.
Yeah, it seems to escalate by the week, when some, you know, especially you hear it over there, is like it's just a constant situation that isn't getting any better. They just get worse and worse.
You know, and throughout the UK, not just in Ireland, but throughout the UK, people are fed up, and they don't feel like the government is listening to them about all of this excessive immigration and pandering to the immigrants, and they're fed up, very fed up. And people in the Republic of Ireland are too, in many of the cities.
Yeah.
I know some people in Galway are, and I would imagine throughout the country.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and the other thing about that was, of course, the case of the young man who was stabbed repeatedly in Southampton. And when the police arrived, he was arrested by, I believe he was a Sikh, and the Sikhs are allowed to carry they have a religious allowance to carry knives. And this young man was stabbed several times. And when the police arrived, the attacker said, he called me a racial name. And the young man who was stabbed, who was slowly bleeding to death, the British police handcuffed him and told him basically, you know, we're detaining you for a hate crime. And he told these cops, I'm dying. And they said, oh, no, you're not. No, you're not. And well, he died. And the government initially attempted to put out a story where their original plan was to literally cobble together a story that the young man who died was actually the aggressor. He had started the fight, when in fact that wasn't true.
Yeah.
So the British police, when I was stationed in Britain, the British police were beloved. I was stationed in the Thames Valley. We dealt pretty regularly at my air base with Thames Valley Police. And the citizens there loved the British cops. They trusted them. They knew that they were implicitly for law and order and serving people. Well, that attitude has apparently gone away now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, you know, and I can see people in the chat, but yeah, you read about that stuff constantly. And, you know, like I said, it doesn't seem to be getting any better. It only seems to be getting worse.
You know, Josh, maybe there's a caller from Ireland that we could get in. I believe you have some subs from Ireland, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
I know Chris does.
I believe we do. Yeah. If there's anybody out there, please feel free. And,
yeah, it'd be interesting to get a perspective from somebody that's actually there.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And so let's we got some people on the line here, and we'll go ahead and take the first call. Joey H starting us off tonight.
Hey, how is everybody doing? Nice to see all of you guys. I want to thank Chris for the show tonight. That was a very powerful show. You know, for me, it just brings back people. You guys know how I feel about the whole Kohberger thing, and it's what sticks with me is just the fact that they're reaching out to Brian Kohberger and they're writing these letters, and he hasn't responded yet. And it's extremely upsetting to know that. It reminds me of this Eleanor Naslund. Remember, Denise Naslund was one of this Lake Sammamish victims with Bundy, and she suffered agoraphobia. She couldn't leave the house when her daughter was killed, and she was one of the people who kept writing letters forever to Ted Bundy. He never responded to her letters. He did respond to Anne Marie Burke because they always felt he killed that little girl first. I believe he did. He did respond to those parents, but he never responded to Eleanor Naslund. And adding insult to injury, the police lost her remains, so she was buried in a cenotaph. So it's very sad, and it reminds me of that. But I love the Gonsalves family, and I thought today's show was really simple, Chris, and it was really powerful because of that in its simplicity. And they're beautiful people, and you and Karen was a very good match with that conversation that you guys all had together. Was beautiful and very powerful. Yeah, so I'm not going to crack too many jokes today. That's some powerful stuff. But I will. So the question I want to bring up. I mean, I imagine almost all of you guys, if not all, has served as a expert witness. So my question is going to lean towards being an expert witness and confirmation bias. And I always like to recommend the movie. I'm sure everybody in the chat and everybody in the world has seen My Cousin Vinny, but I think it's the perfect movie to discuss being an expert witness. Everybody remembers that movie. Marissa Tomei won the Oscar as the girlfriend for Joe Pesci, who became an expert witness on the Skylark car, who proved that the defense's vehicle didn't have dual the car's back tires did not rotate. They rotated at the same time rather than the person who had committed the crime. So they won the case. So that's expert witness, and then with confirmation bias, because I think it ties in with the Kohberger situation and a lot of these other cases. John Benet Ramsey, I think John Benet experienced a lot of this confirmation bias, him and his wife and family. Even today, I think even the Gonsalves family with these pro-burgers are experiencing this kind of bizarre confirmation bias where certain people in the public they recall information that's pre-existing beliefs that's online, that's on the media, and they run with it. So that's where the question leans towards. So my question is, and think of yourself when I ask this question independently, when you're serving as an expert witness, have you ever felt morally challenged by confirmation bias, the existing confirmation bias in whatever case you've been hired to serve as an expert witness? So when serving as an expert witness, have you ever felt morally challenged by the existing confirmation bias? And if so, would you stay on the case, or would you remove yourself? Would you remove yourself or stay on the case to provide to serve and protect the constitutional rights of the client, which is also very important. And I ask this question because I am conflicted with expert witnesses in a lot of these in cases that we follow when we go to Crime Con and we have these shows. Expert witnesses are paid. One of the first questions, as you guys know, they ask an expert witness is, how much are you getting paid to be up on the stand? So so in a way, it's almost like an act of, are you a mercenary? But at the same time, you're providing your expertise. And Gary, I'm sure you've done it more than 1 million times. Maybe you hold back and let the other guys, and then you end, or you guys decide. But so I'll say it one more time, and then I'll back off. When you're serving as an expert witness, have you ever felt morally challenged by the existing confirmation bias of whatever case you've been hired to serve on? And if so, did you go ahead and move forward with it in order to protect the constitutional rights of that client?
Sure, that's a great question. Thank you, Joey.
Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't crack a joke tonight. I'll get off. I'm going to let you guys talk because you guys. Here's the joke. Here's the joke before I go. Chris, Chris, it's on you, Chris. The joke, because you've been saying that Gary's brain at one point weighed 15 pounds, and then recently you said it's 10 pounds. So treat my question like some kind of digital binary Ozempic. I'm an Ozempic shot. So let's make this guy's brain lose a little weight tonight while he eats his pretzels and thinks about answering this question. Take care. All right, go ahead, guys. All right,
bye.
There's a logical reason for that. He got a haircut.
So that makes sense.
It's not much.
Got a haircut. Who got a haircut?
Didn't you get a haircut?
No,
I did. I got one.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I'll take the first run here because I know that we're all going to have a weigh-in here. So during somebody's got a feedback. It's bouncing. During my career, I got called out of bed at 2:00 in the morning to go do a CVSA on 3 boys that ended up being, quite frankly, a national case to where they made movies, they wrote books. I got sued. I spent 13 years in federal court. Even today, I get accused of being, this dirty cop, this guy that, framed 3 15-year-old boys, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. The reality of that is the district attorney's office at the time, or the DA at the time, who is the current San Diego DA, her name is Summer Steffen, who was the deputy DA on this case. And the name of the case was called Stephanie Crow. And Escondido Police Department had arrested these 3 boys. To this day, on the internet has me as the arresting officer of these 3 boys. I didn't even work for that agency. I worked for another agency. So one would think that would kind of taint me, as if I ever wanted to testify as an expert, I would kind of lean that way, right? You would think. All right, so let's just, here's the reality check, okay? So I get information that there's cross-contamination, as well as the DA and everybody else from the lab. They tell Escondido, who tells us, the people involved in that case, hey, there's DNA, it's 2 centimeters on the right sleeve of a transient who was in the neighborhood by the name of Richard Tuitt. And we need to figure out how that DNA got on his sweatshirt. So we're going to dismiss the case without prejudice against the 3 individuals who were in custody from Escondido Police Department. Mind you, I worked for Oceanside Police Department. Okay? So they do. They dismiss the case. That family runs to a civil attorney by the name of Milt Silverman, and they hire Milt Silverman, who files a civil rights lawsuit against everybody. I am one of, I think, 130 people that was brought in.
Your typical class action lawsuit.
Right. Meanwhile, a little boy goes into the bathroom in Oceanside and gets slaughtered, Matthew Checky. And I'm the case agent on that situation. So at the same time in my career, I am an angel for finding the killer of Matthew Checky, and I am a devil for interviewing with Escondido 3 boys who they feel are responsible for killing a 12-year-old little girl in her bed in Escondido, California. Okay. Now, where am I going with this?
By the way, really quick, didn't you win Officer of the Year that year?
Yes, in 1998, I was not only Officer of the Year, I was Employee of the Year for the entire city.
Interesting.
Okay, so I wasn't just the Department Officer of the Year, I was the Employee of the Year for the entire city. Okay, but you would never know that because I was getting drugged through a civil case. Okay, because I got called at 2 o'clock in the morning to go help Escondido do a CVSA, a computer voice stress analysis. It was either me or Ron Hardy. So it could have been Ron Hardy, but unfortunately, my boss called me. So I got thrust in the middle of that thing. Now, here's where I'm going with this. We're talking about, a bias. I found out that the AG's office had come in and they were going to take Richard Tuitt to trial. And the DA at the time, Paul Finkst, was running for re-election against one Bonnie DeMonis. And Bonnie DeMonis said, the first case I'm going to take on if you elect me will be the Crow case. So she won the election. But before she won the election, or just after she won the election, her office didn't take the case on. They passed it off to the Attorney General's office. So I get a meeting, I'm called into a meeting with the AG's office, the DA's office, and Paul Finkst was there as well, who's now a defense attorney in San Diego County to this day. and asked a question. And that question was, Chris, do you think Richard Tuitt is the killer? And my response was, well, the most important witness in this entire case has never been interviewed. And they all looked at me like, what are you talking about? And I said, well, you've got the sheriff's department on this thing, working it now, Kaluka. Okay. And when he sat down with Richard Tuitt, who's a diagnosed schizophrenic, the first thing he asked for was a bologna sandwich. Okay. So I guess if he's asking for bologna sandwiches and he's like Pigpen from Charlie Brown, he's probably leaving a whole bunch of forensics evidence in that house, isn't he? And they had looks of bewilderment and said, well, okay, well, who's your witness? I said, well, let's just take the scenario that you're going to run with in court. A schizophrenic goes around all that entire neighborhood ringing doorbells, looking for a girl named Tracy, to the point the houses that he's knocking on doors calls 911 and says, hey, there's a schizophrenic or some crazy guy walking around the neighborhood looking for a girl named Tracy. Okay. And so your theory is now this same schizophrenic goes up to the house where Stephanie Crow lives. And inside that house is the mother, the father, the brother, the grandmother, the victim, and a dog. And you're telling the public, or you're going to tell a jury, that he somehow gets into this house, hides for 10 to 12 minutes. Nobody sees him. And I said, the most important witness that never was interviewed was the dog. While he's in that house, you're telling me a dog had no contact with this guy who's wearing a wool sweater in any way, shape, or form. And you're telling me that everybody in that house, including the victim, by the way, she had dog hair in her hand. Okay. He doesn't have any dog hair on his clothing, or more importantly, the wool sweater. He's a walking pig pen. I said, show me that forensics evidence. Until then, you have to realize that George Durgan, the criminalist, was at the crime scene with a tripod and a jumpsuit. And Richard Tuitt was taken to the station the same night by patrol and stripped and put into a paper suit, and his clothing was put into evidence. George Durgan was told, after kneeling into the victim's blood at the crime scene, go back to the department and photograph the clothing of Richard Tuitt. He testified in Richard Tuitt's trial that he contaminated Richard Tuitt's shirt. Okay? So I told all of this to the AG's office. So to answer your question, Joey, I got sued in federal court to the point where they depositioned my wife. Think about that.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that, and I still never, to this day, still don't understand what good it could have done to have her deposed. I don't understand that still.
No, we don't understand it either. And so bottom line was, would I sell my soul to the devil? And the answer is no. I am a seeker of truth. I would never, ever put an innocent man or woman or child in prison. That's not it. I don't think any one of us on this panel, it's in our nature to do that. Trust me, we know a lot of murderers that we just didn't have a lot of evidence to throw them in prison where they belong. Okay. And we also know that sometimes, there are certain circumstances that have to, take place. So fast forward, I'm retired. I'm living, believe it or not, in Frisco, Texas, right where Carmelo, this latest thing today went off, or yesterday, whatever it was. Okay. And I get a phone call. And it's the city attorney, Dwayne Bennett. John knows him well. Bob knows him well. Hey, Chris. Yeah. We're having a meeting. Where? At the Hyatt in San Diego. We're flying you out about the Crow case. We're settling it. I said, what? I thought we were going to court. Here's your ticket. Just be there. I show up. It's a conglomerate of like 6 agencies and the county and everybody. And there are like 20 attorneys in this room with the insurance company, because the city of Oceanside is self-insured. Okay. Now, mind you, I had been thrown out of that lawsuit 3 times. And Milt Silverman kept looking for a judge that would keep putting me back in. And so the city's position was, well, Chris, now no longer Detective McDonough, Mr. McDonough, okay, you didn't do anything wrong, but it's a lot simpler for us over here in the city to go along with everybody else here. And so we're going to settle your portion of this allegation against you. But remember, this is without cause, and don't worry, yada, yada, yada. It won't affect your life, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So they did. After I said, no, I'm going to trial. And he says, well, then you're going to have to hire your own attorney and fight it yourself. I said, so are you guys abandoning me? And they look right at you. And John knows this. You don't work here anymore. You're retired.
Yeah, but why? It should work the same way.
Well, you would hope.
So you're not a part of this lawsuit anymore.
Well, you would hope, but for them, it's cheaper.
I know.
And guess what? I didn't have $2 million to fight this thing. So I signed the piece of paper and I slid it across the table. Okay. 3 days later, they arrested Richard Tewitt, and Milt Silverman dropped the lawsuit just before they went to trial on Richard Tewitt. Now ask me if I testified in Richard Tewitt's trial.
Did you testify?
They wouldn't put me on the stand. To your point, Joey, because I told them the truth. And guess what the jury did?
They acquitted him.
Not guilty.
Not guilty, yeah.
So I didn't sell my soul to the devil, nor would I ever. But to this day, if you Google me and Stephanie Crow, I am the worst law enforcement officer you've ever met, according to the internet.
Yeah, but it was. Look, I know this story intimately because I did my own research on it. I read the book "Who Killed Stephanie Crow." I'm very. I knew the story before I knew you, and whenever there's kids involved like that, I think when you and I have talked about this before, they always go for the corruption angle, but you weren't even the one interrogating them. It was Mark Risley.
Yeah, it was they are already, if you see the 48 hours piece,
yeah,
that is Ralph Clader and Mark Risley. I was in bed.
I know. They were actually asking you what you thought of the interrogation. And I remember they said on the 48 hours piece, they said, even though he wasn't there for most of the intense interrogation, you know, they said, we asked Mr. McDonough. So I remember researching that and kind of going, dang, but you know where a lot of that came from is, trying to think.
Mary Ellen Ettridge.
Yeah. Yes, her. But when the Summer Wells case came around, they resurrected that like the Titanic, that they were, pulling the Titanic out of the Atlantic. I mean, they just, and they brought it up. They lied about it and everything. And I don't know why my audio is bouncing. I have no idea.
Well, it came. So I had to have Brad Patton come on our program, who was Richard Tewitt's defense attorney. And he laid it all out. It didn't come from me, by the way. It came from Richard Tewitt's attorney. Anybody can go watch it on my channel. It's there to kind of counter argue what people say about me. And whenever I go on, I see in different chats, that guy's a dirty cop. He framed 3 boys and arrested. I just put the link in the chat, and typically they shut up and it goes away.
Yeah. Most people aren't interested.
I mean, it was extremely difficult for Karen, because Karen had nothing to do with any of that at all. And Milt Silverman was such a dirtbag. And by the way, he's dead.
Bummer.
Okay. And, this guy, remember Sagan Penn, John, Bob?
Mm-hmm.
This is a guy that sued the San Diego Police Department. There were 2 officers, or an officer with a ride-along in Balboa Park. And he went out on this individual by the name of Sagan Penn. And he was FI in this guy, and they got into an altercation, a fight, and Sagan got his gun, executed the officer, and then shot the ride-along in the car who was riding along with the officer, pulled that guy out, jumped in the police officer's car, and drove over the officer's body. And later on, he was arrested, and he screamed, well, it was, he did this because of my race. And Milt Silverman sued the same guy that came after us, sued the city of San Diego.
Yeah, Milt sucks.
For civil rights violations, and they settled for $3 million.
Well, that happens all the time still.
That guy drove over a cop's body. Imagine how my wife felt being interrogated by that guy, asking her, did he ever say anything about Michael Crow? And she's like, I was home in bed. What are you talking about? I didn't even know. And to this day, that dirtbag will never get anything from me because he's dead.
Wow. Yeah, well, the Stephanie Crow case is one of the biggest injustices ever. Is my audio bouncing to anybody else?
It's coming through somebody's speaker.
I don't understand. I might have to do a mic switch here in a minute. But okay, Joey, there's a perfect example of bias, and how you never got to take the stand anyway in that case. But they probably should have put you. They wouldn't have put you on there anyway. But we know why. But let's go ahead. Yeah, I know I'm echoing. I understand. I'm going to try and fix it here. We're going to take this question. I'm going to do a mic. I'm going to do a mic swap here. So after this, Adriana, go ahead, Adriana. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
So I had a question for the panel. And so when you spend years interviewing people, reading behavior, seeing how bad assumptions can damage a case, does that change how you approach people in normal life? Like, do you feel like you become more skeptical or more compassionate, more patient, or if any, what lesson from that environment has stayed with you the most in daily life?
I think you get more in all of those areas you just laid out. It's not just one, at least for me. You do become skeptical. You do become more compassionate. It just depends on the interview. And for me, that's the sign you just described a good interviewer, the way you laid that out.
Thank you.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Yeah, we're not hearing it.
That's weird.
The other thing I would add to that is that when you interview enough people, in my life, I've literally had to stop reading people because it doesn't go away when you've been in a field where you've interviewed people and you're reading body language and facial tics and listening to syntax and statements. That tends to bleed over into your contacts with day-to-day people. And here's an example. My wife and I were looking for a bookshelf for me. And we were at a furniture store, and the salesman said, "Oh yeah, this is solid oak." Well, I see the hand go across the mouth. I know he's lying. And this literally becomes an automatic function. And that's really, I mean, in some respects, it's helpful in your life not to get cheated. But in other respects, it keeps you constantly in an alert and surveillance mode. You're watching people. So it does have an effect.
Absolutely. And it's just comes to you, right? It's not like you are purposefully trying to look out for those things, but it's just a habit.
It's just the way you live. I mean, and that's the way cops are. I mean, check the cops that are in this room. Ask them if they go to a restaurant where it is they sit.
Looking at the door, right?
Am I right, Chris? Am I right, Bob?
Well,
Yeah,
Always know your
absolutely.
exit.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Well, thank you, John. And my other question is, what do you think separates a person who is interested in this field from someone who is built to succeed in it?
a good psychologist who
Good point.
who does when we were all hired, we had to go through psychological assessments. And John will remember this, when we were hostage negotiators, you had to go every year to make sure that you're okay.
And here's a sobering thing. We realized later on, could we have still passed the same psych test at the end of our career that we did when we came in?
Yeah. And what ends up separating officers, a good officer is somebody with empathy and compassion, and they're teachable. If those three qualities exist in a new recruit, the sky's the limit. But they can't treat everybody the exact same way. You have to treat the circumstance as the circumstance presents itself. And you know, those, like Bob has talked about in the past, you gain a survival mechanism like a sixth sense. about things and people. But it's an unwritten type of concept where you notice idiosyncrasies quickly and you're able to assess those things quickly, because the street teaches you very fast at 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, when you stop a car and you're standing maybe behind, the driver's window back by the passenger side. And I'll let Bob talk more about that, because he was a motor officer and he made many more traffic stops than I've ever made. But Bob, tell him about your instinct when you would walk up.
Yeah, well, you do develop it, and it doesn't take that long, really. Some cops say, it takes 10 years to develop that sixth sense, but in my opinion, it doesn't take near that long. If you're an active cop, you're out turning over rocks, regardless of what your assignment is. You're going to develop that in fairly short order. Just making the contacts, talking to people, what looks right, what looks wrong, and then you develop your response to whatever the situation is based on instinct. And that's always served me well, and I would suspect John and Chris as well.
And you look for the small things, right? Whenever an officer asks, a citizen, please, let me see your hands, keep your hands on the wheel. That's not, the whole reason for that is because we're trained, they call it the 10 deadly sins. Okay. And number one is you lose sight of the hands. It's hands that kill people, and it's hands that kill officers. It's not the body movements, it's anything like that. So the whole reason officers ask you to keep your hands up on the wheel is for their safety. When they say, look, the reason I ask you to do that is for my safety, what they're really telling you is, if you're safe, I'm safe, meaning I can see your hands. I'm not going to elevate anything, to do anything. So, I mean, I had a situation. In fact, it was a caper that John had. Ended up, I had a guy sitting at a bank one night in his car. Okay. And he just kept reaching with his left hand. I asked him, keep your hands up on the wheel. And he kept reaching with his left hand, down to the side. And finally I was like, you know what? This is not feeling right. Doesn't look right. And, I ended up, taking him out, and John ended up being the investigator, the detective on it. But this guy was responsible for, I think, didn't he have explosives out of Camp Pendleton or something, John?
He had stolen C4 from Camp Pendleton, and he was, if I remember correctly with this case, was also doing armed robberies at ATMs.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
What do you mean took him out?
I pulled him out of the car and I patted him down. I
thought you popped him.
No. I grabbed his left hand and I said, look, we're going to do something. At the same time, I opened the door, and I told my partner, my cover officer at that time, I said, let's get him out. And so I got him out of the car. Now, had he gotten out of the car, that's another red flag for us. In California, we never got people out of the car. It was rare, because you can contain a situation with the individuals in the car. Officers, you'll see on these, on the videos and stuff, officers that get people out of the car without a controlled situation, that's a very dangerous risk to not only the individual, but to the officer as a whole. Because now you don't know where that person's going to go, or how you're going to keep them under control. So long story short. Yeah,
Bob, did anybody ever go for a gun on you
Oh, sure. Yeah.
on a traffic stop?
Yeah, absolutely. Had a couple in Oceanside, a few in Denver. And I worked some pretty hairy inner city neighborhoods in Denver. And You recover a lot of guns. There were 2 times in my career I had somebody sitting on a gun, and I ended up pulling them out, not knowing the gun was there, and found the gun right in the seat, right where they were sitting.
How pissed off are you when that happens?
Well, it goes back to that sixth sense where I knew something was wrong. I just didn't know what it was. And fortunately for them, they complied with my orders, because in both cases I had them at gunpoint. I knew there was something wrong. And sure enough, there was. Wow. So you really, really have to rely on your instincts.
Absolutely.
Especially on the street.
You hesitate and you're dead, honestly.
Yeah, that's a fact. You guys will remember Dave Larson. A does not look right situation, 2 guys sitting downtown in a car watching a convenience store. And I was a patrol sergeant at the time, and I got this other officer, and we, late at night, we came up on the car, and we knew something was up, and so we decided we were going to take the passenger out first. And the minute they did, Officer Larson shouted, "Gun." The guy had a gun. And as he shouted gun, I was out with the driver, as Chris identified, behind the door. And his head ducked down and the head went down. Well, we already had our guns out. Now, I don't need to be pointing it. And as he went down to reach for his gun, I brought mine up. And at that point, I was carrying a .45 caliber revolver. It was a hog leg.
What are you, Clint Eastwood?
If I look at that point, 9mm, let me clarify this. When I worked homicide, I would see all sorts of people shot with 9mm, and the bullets at the point were so high speed, they just go right through people. And so I wanted something that if I shot you with it, it was not going to go right through you, and it was going to stop you.
Yeah.
And so this, for those who are unaware, this is a very large, if you saw Dirty Harry, that big gun, but the barrel was only 4 inches long. So, but if you saw Dirty Harry, that's kind of like what the gun I carried.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the sheriff on The Walking Dead. It reminds me of.
Exactly. Well, I think he carried a Colt Python. So very much like, but I just tucked the gun right behind his left ear and told him, "What is it you see right now?" And he froze and he said, "The quick corner store." And I said, "That's the last thing you're going to see before you begin your inboarding interview with St. Peter." And I hear clunk, he drops the gun. And he was so terrified when we got him out of the car. Dave Larson had already handcuffed the other guy, who was also carrying a gun. This guy had wet himself, just in terror. So we have seen so much of this stuff that, you just develop a sense.
One time,
some of you probably saw this on the news in Los Angeles yesterday, but LAPD was in a hell of a pursuit. I think it started in Newton Division, and
shooting Newton,
and the suspect there was a lone male in a Toyota Tacoma. He crashed into a embankment. He bails out of the Toyota. He's surrounded. There's 3 or 4 black and whites with 2 officers in each, and they start a foot pursuit. And just as they're starting to bail out and engage in this foot pursuit, he pulls out a handgun and just started spraying them with rounds. One officer was hit in the chest, dead center in the chest. And fortunately, and normally I would not talk about cops wearing a bulletproof vest, but it was all over the news. Pardon me. It was all over the news. In fact, they even showed the vest on TV, but he was hit dead center in the vest, and it saved him, and he was relatively uninjured. He's probably going to be sore for a little bit, and I'm not sure what caliber round it was, but
yeah, I mean those things you can. I've heard of people were invested. They end up with like broken ribs and bruised
Yeah,
sternums.
blunt force trauma. You're
Yeah.
just
Right.
like getting hit with a hammer hard.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, it just saves your life, but it still sometimes they even go through, obviously, but there's all kinds.
Yeah,
of
this was from a handgun. If you haven't seen the video, if you're interested in it, just go to YouTube. You'll find it. It was in Los Angeles yesterday.
Right?
Pardon me?
They were chasing him. He got out of the car and was running and had a gun.
Yeah, I think it was a stolen vehicle. They ran the plate and come back stolen, engaged in a vehicle pursuit, and then all these other things I just described developed. But my guess is he's a gangster. He fit the bill. But I haven't heard anything about his background officially. It's probably out there. I just haven't heard about it.
Yeah, I saw him when he was on the ground, and it looked like he was trying to reach for the gun again.
Well, they shot him. LAPD shot him. I'm not sure how many times. And the last I heard, he was in, I think, critical condition, but he was still alive.
Yeah, wow. Well, anyway, well, Adriana, thank you so much for your call.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Adriana.
She always has great questions. Let's see. Okay, Little Bit. Go ahead. Where are you calling from, Little Bit?
Sorry. Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Yes, sir. Where are you at, Josh? Because it always looks like daytime behind you.
I'm in California.
Okay.
So it is daytime.
We don't hold that against him.
Well, do you hold Oklahoma?
It is daytime, or well, sort of. It's much earlier here than it is everywhere else.
Okay. Well, I just had a couple questions. Dr. Brucato. Oh, is he gone?
No, I think he's there.
I have to say hi. Like, I'm a big fan of his.
We all are.
Well, okay, so my questions are geared, I guess, towards all of you guys. The first one, I don't know if you guys are not talking about this case or not. I know some cases y'all don't like to talk about, but the Brian Kohlberger case, is there a no on that?
No, we would talk about anything.
Okay, so I'm just curious. Chris, what is your thoughts on that? Do you feel like they've proven their case?
I mean, his DNA is on the snap underneath a dead girl.
Okay.
How do you get it there?
My personal observation and belief on it is that the type of DNA it is, and I believe in one of the tests, they couldn't even confirm that it actually was 100% his. And being there is no other DNA that they've linked to him or from them to him, like in his car, his apartment, anything. I mean, to me, that's pretty telling.
Well, yeah, but what can they say is his in that test? I think there's like a 9 quadrillion to 1. Are we going with the 1 versus the 9 quadrillion?
Well, there was a test, and they said they couldn't 100% say that was his.
Right.
You know, the best
99% said it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
They never say 100%.
right.
Right, I see what you're saying.
The
Okay.
best evidence to indicate that that's his DNA on that sheath is the fact that he pled guilty and admitted to the murders.
Right. Do you guys feel like he was the only one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I
And
do.
you too, Josh?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have absolutely no doubt that they got the right guy. I mean, if you're talking about DNA, one of the new things that people like to do is attack the type of DNA. So DNA is typically the gold standard for getting convictions, but if you have crafty defense, they hire these other experts and they go by probabilities and things like that. We're talking about single source DNA on a knife sheath. And then not only that, the other corroborating evidence that leads up to it, his phone going offline, him being in the area, not having a proper alibi. I remember when they submitted his alibi to the judge, and it was a star. Remember that the stargazing alibi, and the judge was like, yeah, on a cloudy night, and the judge goes, This isn't actually an alibi. They say, yeah, we have an alibi. He was out stargazing that night at 4 a.m. or something like that. And then him, a car that just happens to match the type of car that he's driving. So, if you want to say, well, it's just this type of DNA. Okay, fine, I guess, but DNA is kind of the gold standard. But then everything else that goes along with it, I mean, it just seems so damning, and I
understand that, and I do agree with certain aspects of it, but and not even to take the DNA out of it, and I'm kind of on the other side of it. Of now, besides him, you're right, pleading guilty. Okay, besides that, but I really have a hard time believing one person could really unalive four healthy young kids, clean it up, and not leave more than what was on the snap or get anything into his vehicle, his home. I just have a hard time believing that somebody could do that. And a cleanup. There was a cleanup done. Or do y'all believe there was a cleanup?
I don't think there was a cleanup. I mean, the scene was pretty messy.
You mean at the scene or in his car?
Car.
Well, in between the rooms, there's like no footprints, no blood, between the bedrooms. There's a bedroom, upstairs, and then the one on the second floor. But you have a common area, you have stairs, and there's no blood or footprints, anything going from, let's say, Xana's room out the back sliding door. So how would one?
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean he cleaned up the scene. It's just maybe he got lucky and had the wits to watch where he stepped. I don't know, but I'm really not sure what you're referring to.
I will tell you what he did clean up. He cleaned up his car, and he also dumped his trash with rubber gloves in his neighbor's can. That way he was, once again, a consciousness of guilt there.
Yeah.
So, and I remember hearing the whole thing, like, how could somebody do that? How can somebody kill 4 people in that amount of time? And I mean, first of all, it's more than enough time. Those K-bar knives are as deadly. They're weapons of war. I mean,
they were combat knives devised for the Marines in World War II. They're designed to kill people quickly.
They cut deep. They chip bone. It's without trying to be too graphic. It's like going through hot butter. I mean, those things are weapons of war.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably why he chose it. Yes,
of course. Yeah. And what's that?
Can I add something else?
Please.
You say that DNA is the gold standard. Every one of us have gotten murder convictions without DNA.
Well, it's the new gold standard.
We used to get murder convictions without DNA.
Right. But we also have a lot of convictions without DNA that later on the DNA was what, freed a lot of people.
Yeah, but within the last 30 years, DNA has came, a long, long way. They're talking about when they were doing crimes, you'd be lucky to get. And still, by the way, if you look this up, and for some reason, there's this whole notion that at every crime scene, there's going to be blood, semen, fingerprints, a video camera that captured everything. That's just not the case. In most cases, there's not a lot of evidence left. And I mean, you guys know this. I can't even remember what they said. There's some sort of, I don't remember what the percentage is of physical evidence that, DNA evidence. It's not high at all. It is a very low percentage of crimes have actual DNA evidence that actually solve the crime. That's why in these cases, I guess you would call it, so you have physical evidence, you have forensic, and then you have what's the other kind of evidence that they
Direct,
yeah, well,
and circumstantial evidence, which is very, very, very powerful.
Circumstantial evidence is, under the law, circumstantial evidence is just as powerful as physical evidence. Circumstantial evidence is what I call common sense evidence. I mean, if you follow the bouncing ball, boom, 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 and you can do this in the Kohberger case with him, is when he starts his whole timeline adds up to him being at the scene. And then on top of that, you sprinkle in single source DNA. And then let's not forget that he also, somebody in his family on their account purchased a K-bar knife on the Amazon. Well,
Right.
it doesn't really take a rocket scientist to figure out that, that was his. And then I believe Chris, am I right, tried to replace the sheath or the knife or both after he lost the sheath itself. He tried to order another one.
And statistically, the STR match on that stuff, right? That it was 5.37 octillion times. That's 27 zeros after the number one. Okay.
So I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Chris?
I'm sorry. It was 5.37 octillion times. Okay, more likely that it came from Kohberger than any other random individual on the earth. That means 27 zeros. Now, if we think about that, the total population of the world is what, 9-10 billion people?
Around 9 billion.
About 9 billion.
That means you have to go to another planet.
Several other planets.
Several to find the match to the sheath.
Well, first you have to find a planet that actually has other life, that has DNA.
Well, you have to find another planet with another Brian Kohberger.
Yeah.
Right. So the STR, is that on the touch DNA, is that where I can touch, my husband and then go touch somebody else and his DNA get on them? Or, something, an object or something? Is that the kind of DNA they found?
No, they found, when they first did the STNR, right, which is the touch on the snap, okay, they already had an unidentified male profile, just like they have in the Ramsey case under John Bonet's nails. They have an unknown male, okay, and they have eliminated the father, the mother, the brother, the other family members. The Ramsey family's been eliminated from that DNA.
Right.
Okay, so in this case, they find similar DNA on that snap before they captured Brian Kohberger. When they got the buccal swab from him, okay, they matched it, okay? They matched it directly to him. So 99.9998% of the male population was excluded, except his biological father originally. So 99% of the public was excluded. The world of all men were excluded, except for one guy. That's Brian Kohberger's dad. So once they had that, they went in And once they arrested him, they got another buccal swab and said, this is our guy.
Okay.
And you know, I agree with you 1,000%. Unfortunately, you know, these things go so rapidly, and you know, this guy can kill 4 people pretty quickly. Look what just happened recently in New York, where the guy he stabbed 5 people within 15-20 seconds.
That's crazy, man.
And so they estimate he was in the house. Koberger had at least 8 or 9 minutes to do this, but they suspect it was accomplished within 90 seconds. The whole game. Yeah, I mean, think about it. He's got the 2 girls trapped upstairs. Xana comes running up to see what's going on. Now he's chasing her down, and he slaughters both of them in bed. It's over in 90 seconds.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, yeah, Dr. Gary did make it back in time a little bit, but we will pass along your.
Yeah, I was going to see if he could, from a psychological standpoint, see if somebody like Brian would like just unleash one night. I mean, now, of course, yeah, we don't know if he's ever done anything, I guess, in the past and just not ever been caught.
No, he was an embryo of a serial killer. He was on his way up.
Yeah, he was. Sure.
You know, I'm still convinced that he wanted to start where Ted Bundy left off, in the sorority.
Well, oh yeah.
But,
yeah.
I mean, I could be way off, right? But at the same time, it's interesting that he selected, you know, the 4 girls. There were 6 girls actually living in that house.
Right.
That he selected that home, and you know, and the area in of itself, the alibi where he gave, you know, the park, the alibi. Remember, that's where one of the victims they believe Ted Bundy had.
Yeah.
Had killed. And by the way, they just found a new Ted Bundy victim. So with DNA, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next 5 or 10 years. So
yeah.
Well, that's true.
Gary, you send your love.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and I had one other. If he is on there, is he on there or no? He didn't make it back.
He may be in a meeting.
No. I'm here. I just was dealing with a personal matter that keeps interrupting me.
Sorry.
What's the question?
Well, if somebody at a younger age is diagnosed with like bipolar with schizophrenic tendencies, what is the schizophrenic tendencies? I mean, what are tendencies? I know what tendencies are, but
I can't answer this question because it would constitute answering a clinical question. It's not appropriate for me to answer that. Okay. But I'm going to speak in general terms, not about any particular person. Okay.
Okay.
So schizophrenia and bipolar disorder are 2 serious conditions that are separate. They're different things. But there are some people who have conditions where they overlap. One possibility is bipolar disorder with psychotic features, where a person is predominantly mood disordered and occasionally will become delusional or hallucinate or thought disordered. And the other possibility is a condition called schizoaffective disorder, which is a form of schizophrenia characterized by mood episodes, but you are predominantly schizophrenic. So the idea is, I think what you're talking about is a situation where someone has bipolar disorder with psychotic features. And the features of that psychosis can look very bizarre, but the predominant diagnosis in such a condition would be bipolar disorder. But again, I'm not speaking to any particular person because I don't know who you're talking about, and it wouldn't be appropriate to comment. So generally, that's the way it works. Does that help?
That does help. I wonder if in like what age, like in males, that would start.
Well, this is a perfect question for me because I spent 15 years of my life answering that very question, right? I mean, I was the assistant director of the COPE clinic, the early psychosis clinic at Columbia Medical Center, where we started to look at how that overlaps with violence, right? But ultimately, the idea is that there's generally a prodromal period, an attenuated period where symptoms are subthreshold that will precede a person's first episode of a psychotic disorder. And that generally is going to occur around adolescence, like somewhere between like 13 and 18 years old.
Okay.
And that period of subthreshold symptoms I've been able to show in my own work depends upon the condition. So that attenuated low risk, that lower threshold kind of symptom happens, for an average of about 7 months in people who go on to develop schizophrenia, and about 1.5 years in people who go on to develop mood disorders like bipolar disorder with psychotic features. So it's around in adolescence, and the whole idea is that there are genes that start to express in puberty. That as puberty is asserting a force on those genetics, they start to emerge around that time. So that's the whole idea. So it's generally around then. Females have a slightly later onset, around their early 20s on average, late teens to early 20s. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Does that help?
That does help a lot. And I just have to tell you guys, I'm a fan of all y'all, but Dr. B, I really have a soft spotted fan for you. So I did want to tell you, it's an honor to talk to y'all.
I have a soft spot for him too. Thank you.
Thank you. And listen, there's a wonderful book that you might want to read that was written by a member of our foundation and a co-author. It's by Ali Khedivi, who's an authority on psychosis and violence, a mentor of mine, actually. He's in the Cold Case Foundation with us, and his co-author is Jim Kleiger, and it's called Assessing Psychosis. Okay, that book is one of the best I've ever seen on explaining the kind of thing you're talking about. And in fact, in the recent edition that came out, I contributed a guest chapter on this attenuated phase. So look for the second edition, okay?
Okay, thank you, guys.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
Good night.
And I'm sorry, guys. I'll tell you offline, but Josh, you're aware of what's going on.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You're fine.
Okay, forgive me.
Totally fine. Cynthia, go ahead. Cynthia, where are you calling from?
New York State.
Hello.
Hi. I'm a little nervous about talking about this, but brings up a lot of emotional issues for me. But I wanted to thank the lab and the interview room for providing this platform, and where I've got to know, especially Bob and John and Chris, you really helped heal the trauma that I went through as a, by showing how compassionate and ethical you are. Because as a young person in my early 20s, back in the 70s, I wanted to be a police officer. And what I went through to try to become a police officer with a police department that did not want women on the force, I can't even begin to tell you. I was so traumatized by it, to the point where today, when I see a police car or an officer, I have PTSD from it. So getting to know all of you and seeing what good guys you are and how ethical you are and everything, it's helped with my healing.
Good.
It's awesome. Thank
Very
you.
sweet. Thank you for saying
Sorry
that.
you had to undergo that.
That was back when there were some women across the country in the 70s that wanted to become police officers, but their police department said you had to be 5'10", and we didn't, and we understood that was to keep a lot of women off the police force. And so we sued across the country and we won. And when I was allowed to take the exam, and I scored second out of 450 people. And then I was allowed to take the agility test, and I could do men's, I could do everything the men could do. And I used to have some police officers come over and watch me, and the police chief, and they got nervous that I could do everything. And so, they used to stand outside where I worked, and
Wow.
they waited till I had to feed the meters, because I was a caseworker. And before I could get out there, they had somebody standing there. They would give me a ticket. And then when I went in to pay my tickets, they said they couldn't find them. And so one day, some correction officers alerted one of my friends who taught at a correction facility that they were coming to arrest me. So I got thrown in jail for not paying my parking tickets. And that meant that I was a bad citizen. So no, I couldn't become a police officer. That was the one way they were going to try to get me. And
Yeah.
so, I used to get pulled over all the time to see if I was, drinking. I had harassing phone calls. It was a terrible time in my life. And, when I did go to court, the judge knew what was going on and threw the whole thing out. But, there were police officers lined up, calling me a jailbird as I was going into court. But I was in a college course of forensics, and I got really interested in that. And, there was a nice police officer, a detective, who took me on ride-alongs, and we encountered some young girls and they didn't have any women on the police force, but these young girls would talk to me, and this guy said, "We really need women on the police force. You should apply." So, and I really saw that there was a need, and I did. And I don't know, I'm probably not telling everything that went on, but
No, but
I just know that
yeah.
just knowing Bob and John and
Yeah.
Chris, you've changed my perspective on police officers.
Aw.
Because this was back in the 70s, and I was in my 20s. So I just wanted to thank.
Things were much different back then, Cynthia. And, some departments would hire women in the 70s. I know LAPD did. I know my old department in Denver, Colorado did. But there were probably a majority of departments that did not hire women to work patrol, to be sworn officers. They had women, doing various other tasks and jobs within the department, but generally not on patrol. So,
yeah, we didn't have any in our except meter maids. And in fact, when I went for a deposition, the police chief was across from me, and he jumped up. He was going to come over at me and said, "I will sleep here 24/7 before I'll have a woman on my police force." So, and that was so intimidating as a young person in my 20s. And luckily I had a person who was a psychologist, Gary, that went, that helped me the whole time and took me to court, went with me to court and talked with me and everything, because I didn't have parents that were supportive. So anyway.
Well, I just want to say that in my experience of, I'm not a member of law enforcement, and these guys can certainly speak more richly to this, but in my experience, female police officers often make very unique contributions. And for example, I have seen situations where a female member of law enforcement has a sensitivity to a female-related matter, or a female-related a crime, for example, that can be very helpful. For example, somebody in crisis because of domestic violence or something like that. And there can be a very unique contribution. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Have you seen examples of that where that can be extremely helpful to a person in crisis?
Absolutely.
Well, yeah. Also, it kind of helps. It's for lawsuit purposes when, a woman's pulled over, they call female officers out to pat down the female, to help prevent, lawsuits and, malfeasance, I guess. Is that still standard, or what was that standard back in the day?
Well, the general rule is, if there's a female officer available and you need a female patted down or searched, then it's best to have the female officer do it. But male officers can do it as well. It's not, in most cases, it's not against policy. You just have to be smart about it. In today's world, it's much easier for a male to pat down or search a female, because we have body-worn cameras, right? So you just, back in the day, you just made sure you had a witness, and you did it in good lighting. You know, you just made the environment reasonable under the circumstances, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah, I thought I would be really good in domestic disturbances too, because, you know, I have read that women, you know, sometimes are good in those types of situations. But what happened was that we all won our lawsuit. So women could become police officer, and men now that are less than 5'10" could become police officers now. But they should have checked my eyes because you couldn't have laser surgery back then. And my eyes were too bad to become a police officer. So I went through all that, and they should have just checked my eyes right from the beginning. I wore glasses, so.
They didn't have laser surgery, but what they did have
was
a surgery called radial keratotomy. Do you remember that from the 70s?
Are you still there?
Yeah, can you not hear?
You hear us?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay. They didn't have laser surgery, but they did have a surgery called radial keratotomy.
I just wanted to thank you for everything.
Go ahead. Keep going. Keep going, John.
And the reason why is I mentioned that is that I had that surgery in 1981. And the way that surgery occurred was they actually made tiny cuts on the surface of your eye yes. Oh, and it gets even better.
Your eye
you had to be awake while they were doing it. And the doctor,
that's mental.
When they lay you down, they did one eye at a time, which even better. The thing you see after they take, because I wanted to leave the department I was with to go to Oceanside. The surgery begins with they stick a needle in your eye. They give you a shot. Yes, and you know, and then he cuts your eye, and it was a surgical procedure that was developed in the Soviet Union. But I went from 2400 vision to 20/20 in my right eye and 20/15 in my left eye.
Thank God the USSR failed.
Oh, but there was a surgery called radial keratotomy. And when I go to have my eyes checked, usually the optometrist will look and go, oh my God. Oh, and then he'll bring his staff in to have them look at the way they used to fix myopia.
It's like a Buick they don't make anymore.
Exactly. Like, hey, there's an Edsel in the parking lot. Let's everybody go out and look at it. But yeah, there was a surgery to fix vision back then, but it wasn't, believe me, it wasn't for the faint-hearted.
Do you guys, speaking of, you know how you said the 5'10" rule, do you guys happen to remember on Andy Griffith when Barney Fife was up for his evaluation and he only weighed, I think he weighed 117 pounds and you had to weigh a certain amount. So Andy tied a chain around his neck with like a huge weight underneath his shirt. And then he would like hang him from the door to try and stretch his spine so he would be tall enough. I don't know why I kept thinking of that, but the Mayberry would have been a disaster without Barney for sure. I don't know if anybody saw that. The fact that I've seen it bothers me as well. Okay, so let's
remember it.
Huh? You do?
Yeah. And all the things you remembered in your life, that's something that was important to remember.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was hilarious. Okay, let's.
I thought it was interesting, Josh, that you were thinking about Barney Fife as John was talking. So yeah. I just, yeah.
Well, it just sounds like Barney would have that kind of surgery. That's what it sort of reminded me of. Like,
I was thinking about Billy Crystal. Remember where he goes, yeah, so the hammer, remember the hammer? And oh yeah, with the nails. Yeah. Remember that one? I was like, oh gosh.
Josh, just don't get busted one day dressed up as Aunt B.
Aunt B.
What I do in my home, in the privacy of my home.
That's right.
Or as Opie. but I think it would be particularly disturbing. You know, like it would be like Psycho. You know, like when Norman Bates is dressed up with that house frock.
Mother.
Just
Yeah.
dressed up like his mom. Dressed in his mom. Yeah, that's good old Norman.
The Saturday Night Live skit.
Yeah, the Andy Griffith show was great.
Really?
I mean,
So
just a great show.
I was raised by my grandparents, so you know we watched all those old shows, and I used to hate most of them. But the Andy Griffith show, because of Barney, like I looked forward to watching him because he just his mannerisms and the way like he's like physical comedy, and then the best part was when he would think that he was like a romantic, like you know he was always like hitting on women all weird and his hair would be all messed up. I don't know why. I just fell in love with that show. He was always making me laugh. But okay, so let's take the next call. Nadia, go ahead, Nadia. Are you calling from Miami?
Yes, I'm in Miami. Mm-hmm.
Very good. What can we do for you?
Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Perfectly.
Thank you. So a few questions I have here because I've been thinking about this case a lot since it happened in February. I can't believe it's going to be 5 months now in the beginning of July for Nancy. So I have a few questions like that I've been thinking about. Like first, like there's a lot of questions, right, that we don't know. Like, and I feel like if it was any other case, those things would be already out in the open. You know, like for example, the Uber driver. That is so important. Like what happened during that ride? How was her demeanor? Did she have a bag with clothes in it for a possible sleepover at Emmy's and Tomaso's house? We don't know about. You know, and also camera footage from inside the house. Like, you know, did she really get dropped off? What happened while she was in there? Because if they're able to coverage image from the outside and get the how do we call this guy? The porch guy. So they'll be able to recover image also from inside the house with the possible whatever happened inside there that I really don't think it happened inside the house. Like I called before on the panel with John, I don't know if you guys remember, that I said that I read all John Douglas books, remember? And I said that I really think that everything is staged. Like that guy is staged, the porch guy. And also another point that is very strong is like, because I have a neighbor, she's 80 years old. She reminds me of my mom. My mom passed away in 2022. So whenever I see her like going to throw garbage downstairs, I don't let her do it. If I see her walking all the way to the bus stop with something, I go all the way with her, all the way over there. And how can you have an 84-year-old lady with mobility issues and such health issues, and you have 3 children, and they're all like, and she's thrown in this house, huge house by herself, isolated. And I don't know if she had somebody live in with her. Did she have somebody to help take care of her?
I don't think she had a live-in person. No, not from what I.
Sense. None of those things made sense. You know, like
that is something that we have talked about before. Is the the independence of people that age, but I think that Annie and Tommaso were her caretakers in the sense that they were the ones that checked on her. But you know, that house she had been in for what, Chris, was it 50 years? Something.
Half century.
Yeah, something. You know, and I can tell you from experience that a lot of people that they do not want to leave their homes. They do not want to lose their independence. When they get their driver's license taken from them, you might as well take their soul because you know you feel like you've lost everything. So her living there alone, while it may seem odd, ultimately, if she was in sound mind, that was her decision. You know, I mean, she had nobody, or you know, she could make that decision on her own. I mean, is it is it smart, or I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. But
I don't know for sure, right? If that's where she stood, that's what she wanted, or that's how it was for her.
I mean, I think I think that I heard that that's what she wanted.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Is that she valued her independence, and she pushed back on the family anytime that they tried to get her to,
which is not an uncommon thing.
Right. I understand.
You know, in all the family. So I see what you're saying, and in hindsight, and you know, now it does seem like maybe more could have been done for her, but all that's 2020, you know. I mean, it's all hindsight, and it's so difficult to kind of wrap your head around it now, because you go, well, if they did this different or this different, or if she did this different, then, but you know, none of that really matters, I guess, anymore. You know, it's just
Josh, something that somebody wrote to me about that I had never heard anybody raise before. It's kind of interesting. I don't know if it means anything. Is that it was her birthday weekend, and one of the things that somebody pointed out is, would she have been coming home with presents? Well, it's an interesting question. I hadn't thought of that, but I think her birthday was just a couple of days before the incident. And what, isn't that true?
Oh yes, wow.
What do you guys think about that point?
I never thought of that. Yeah.
What do you think, Chris, about that?
That's crazy.
I mean, there's an assumption buried in it, but what do you think?
Well,
I didn't know that it was her birthday weekend.
A couple of days before, yeah. I think.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of days before, you know.
Doesn't mean anything, maybe.
Well, I mean, are we suggesting that, right, she goes over to Annie's house and they flood her with presents? Is that what the writer was saying?
I think they were saying that the absence of presents was interesting.
Well, at 84 years old, I mean, you've probably received everything you can, getting a card.
Yeah. I don't think it means anything, but yeah. Right. I just wanted to address the question somebody wrote me, but I don't think it means anything. Yeah.
And what about the other thing that I heard one time in one of the lives, that there was something about like the same time frame that Savannah was supposed to travel for the Olympics? That's right when it happened?
That is true. Yes.
yes.
That is that to me is something that cannot be ignored. It's too much of a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences, to be honest with you.
But you know, and I've heard this theory too. But the thought would be that somebody kidnapped her mother to stop her from covering the Olympics, and I don't see any correlation.
Well, in the world that we live in today, I mean,
yeah, but somebody would have to be the one to replace Savannah, and there would be some sort of nexus there. You know what I mean? Like say, I don't know, just for example, somebody else that works there. And it just, to me, it didn't seem, I don't know. They just sent somebody else. It was nobody. It wasn't like if Savannah doesn't go, this person's next up. I mean, I don't know, maybe, but it's, I don't know. Bob, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm, you know, dealing with the elderly and, as you mentioned earlier, trying to prevent them from driving or suggest that they not drive, try and take them out of their home, try and make a significant change in their lives. That can be very, very difficult sometimes. And with respect to Nancy, you know, the only thing I've heard, just little tidbits here and there, that the family tried at one point within the last few years, the family tried to get her to move somewhere else into a smaller home or something, and she adamantly refused. I don't know where I read that, but
I remember hearing that too. Yeah. But I don't know the place. But yeah, I'm sure that is something that law enforcement has looked into. I would hope with, you know, the timing of it. Chris, what do you think? That's something you would consider or you would look at, but I just, you know,
I think we're learning a lot about the family, and it's right in front of us, right in front of our faces.
Because maybe you know what I'm thinking? The Olympics might not have to do exactly with the Olympics itself, but what the Olympics would mean to Savannah personally and professionally.
Look, you can be emotionally invested. Okay, I mean, not you, Nadia. I mean, just the family. Let's just talk about the family dynamics for a moment. I've always asked myself, what are the family dynamics here? Okay. Well, guess what? We're watching it play out right in front of us. And what I mean by that is the memorial's gone. Where is the memorial? Their mother's still missing. They walked out and put a card at the memorial, and every single piece of the memorial is gone.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's great.
In front of the Guthrie home, Nancy's house. Right down to the yellow ribbons, or a single yellow ribbon.
Do we know who removed it?
No. But if you were the family, wouldn't you be saying, who the heck moved my mother's memorial?
Another thing too, I don't want to judge Savannah really, but I need to mention what I think as, you know, as a person, as a daughter. I lost my mom in 2022, lost my dad in 2023. Actually, today would have been his 83rd birthday, and he passed away 3 years ago. And I don't know, but I don't think I would have been able to go back to the Today Show like she did so soon. They don't know anything about an investigation. I mean, I really don't understand. I really don't.
Yeah, but we can.
I'm judging a little bit, but I mean, no, I wouldn't be able to. Where's my mom? Like there's something.
The HOA says, like, if the HOA is having them remove the memorial,
that's ridiculous.
Well, then defy the HOA.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
I mean, this is a world event. I mean, right? It's an international event. Nadia, you're in Miami, okay, which is a great town, by the way.
For the
right? And if the HOA comes in and says, yeah, you know, you got to take it all down. So does that? What does the family do?
I don't think they would do that.
I can't believe people actually with HOAs, by the way.
Well, I mean, everybody's blaming the HOA that's why it happened.
Well, I don't know if it did. I'm not sure if it was or not, but really quick, Nadia, to your point about her returning, you know, I've had this conversation with people. I've had callers talk about this before, but when is the right time for her to go back? When is the right time for her to, you know, she has young children, she has a husband, she has a life too. I mean, yeah, I know there will be people out there that say, well, you don't go back to work until you find your mother or whatever, but I just don't find that realistic. Do you?
No, people very often will seek to return to work so that they are not forced to live continuously in a state of grief or anxiety or fear. They fall back into harness because it's a comfortable place for them to be.
A lot of people do, fall right back into their work because they have to keep their mind occupied. I mean, what are you going to do? Sit around, you know?
This is the thing, Josh. Yeah. You attempt to live, and I can say this, it's not quite the same. It's not as if my wife was abducted or murdered. But when my wife died, I went back as quickly as I could, and we're talking about within a few days, to living the same style of life I did, paying attention to the chores that needed to be done, getting myself into a place where I was living normally, because it restored a sense of normality. And then I understand it was covering up all the things I was feeling. But that's the way you function, because to me, it's not an option to just sit back and do nothing. So I can understand why she would go to work.
But then, you know, the antithesis to that would be people would say, well, why is she not out there searching? And I've heard that one too. And I just, once again, I always say, where do you start? I mean, what do you do? Where do you go? And how do you, what do you do? So I think that the answer for me, like John was saying, is that there has to be some sort of normalcy, even though life, as you know, it is not normal. You know, we've all suffered great tragedies and great losses in our lives. And, you know, sometimes the only thing that really grounds you is the work that you do, and the daily routine that you carry on. I can't tell you that, you know, how many times I've received terrible news and wanted to not get out of bed the next day, and remember just going, but life keeps going, life keeps moving, whether I like it or not, and certainly didn't a lot of the time. You know, I've within the last few months, I've received terrible news, and the day that it happened, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The next day, I felt awful. I felt weighed down. I felt drained. But you know, there were dishes to be done, dogs to feed, yard work to be done, and you know, kids to tend to, and things like that. You know, so I mean,
here's a question. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
If the memorial is gone, what was the purpose of the card?
I don't know.
I don't either. I'm asking the question. Well, when the family came out with, you know, now, mind you, I want to make clear what I'm saying here has nothing to do with Savannah at all. Zero. Or Cameron. However, when they came down the pathway together, excluding Cameron, the two RPs and Savannah, only one of them had you know, Savannah had flowers and Annie had a card that she placed at the memorial in her front yard. They owned that property, i.e. the family. Why is that memorial gone?
In front of Nancy's house?
Yes. That's my question.
And Chris, I have to, oh my God, when you did that live talking, analyzing Chief Nano's latest interview, I couldn't believe the way that he was talking. And then every time he paused and he said something, I was like, oh my God, that's exactly what I think. Because he was just dancing around everything. Like he was like taking like 10 minutes to say one thing. He could have just said, oh, well, they have to do the test and then we're waiting for the test. And that's it. No, he'll go around because these are professionals. And I'm like, oh my God, what are you doing? Like, what is he doing? I've never seen this before. He's not straight to the point. He's like going around and around and around. It's so annoying.
Yeah. So if we think about it, let's say a soldier is overseas fighting in Afghanistan and you're a family member and you wrap ribbons around your trees in your front lawn, anticipating the day of their return. Isn't that kind of an equivalent expectation to family that mom's coming home?
Yeah.
By having a memorial in your front yard, maybe 15 feet from the area where she was abducted and last seen, potentially, where her blood is on her porch, and the world responded?
Yeah, removing the memorial is pretty much a statement of like, there's nothing else to be done. We're not waiting for anything. We already know, or we don't care about the results or anything else that's going to happen.
Right. So I would hope that we hear from the RPs explaining their disappointment in the memorial being gone. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, I would be disappointed, and you know, I couldn't imagine the HOA enforcing something like that. But you know, stranger things have happened.
Well, even that, you would expect a press release from the family expressing that it's with sad disappointment that the HOA has asked us to remove the public's response to the disappearance of our mother. And remember, memorials are emotional responses from a community. And in this case, they responded by going to her house, placing flowers, bringing their children by, people standing there crying. And that's their, you know, I had an experience when my son died. A bunch of people came over to the house and they planted a tree in my backyard for my son. And I went to go help them. And a dear friend of mine, his name is Brad Starr. Brad grabbed me and he said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going out to help them." He said, "No." He said, "That tree is not for you. That tree is for them. Wait here in the house. Stay here till they're done." It's the same analogy. That memorial is for the community, for the world to say, we want to do something. What do we do? And so that's an emotional response for the community to respond. Well, guess what? Here we are. She's been gone, you know, we're into almost 5 months?
Yeah.
And it's gone.
Yeah, that would have been some outrage response from the family about that. Or like, let's say for Savannah, for example, has a lot of money. If I had the money that she has, I'll tell the HOA, how much do you want to fine me? I'll pay it. But the memorial is going to stay there.
Exactly. And that'd be like somebody coming into my backyard and pulling up the tree.
No.
It meant nothing.
Oh my God, don't even say that. That's crazy.
And right here, Derek says that Pima County Sheriff's deputy confirmed it was the family that removed the memorial. Is there a link to that? Because I haven't seen that. Chris, have you seen that? Has anybody seen that?
No, I've asked. That's why I've been watching this unfold over the last couple of days. And that was going to be my question. Are they preparing the house for sale?
Jeez.
Which could have been the motive of getting rid of her.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, wait a minute. What are you doing?
Yeah.
If she's alive and you're projecting to the world, mom's alive out there somewhere, well, then keep her house. Keep the memorial. So when she comes home, everybody celebrates. But if they know she's not around, well, then take it down.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
I just have a feeling that they all know. They have this. I don't know. Just look at them. They have this defeated, but kind of like they don't have any energy in them to do anything. It's kind of like they gave up. It's kind of like they don't. I don't know. I've always had this, felt this when I look at them, all of them, even Savannah.
Jeez.
I think Savannah's suffering immensely.
I mean, everybody has to suffer. It's your mother, but
yeah.
At the end of the day, we don't really know the really how the relationship was with the family.
I can.
When it goes into the public, they can show whatever they want. Like Facebook, everybody shows the most beautiful, perfect scenarios and faces, but when you look behind that, sometimes you find the ugliest things ever.
That's a great point. And you want to, so I listened very carefully what she said to Jenna on the Jenna Bush thing recently.
Mm-hmm.
Right. She said, you go back and the audience can go back and listen to it. You know what she said to Jenna? You're my sister. Go listen to the Today Show again. Josh, you pull it up.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember.
The most recent appearance on Jenna.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Where she says, "You're my sister."
Yeah.
Imagine being Annie.
No, she showed more emotion towards her than to her own sister.
Imagine being Annie and hearing that.
Mm-hmm.
Little subtleties sometimes. You never know.
I just hope they find this lady because it just enrages me. You know, it makes me really upset. That is happening. I mean, anybody, like anything that happens to an animal, a child, and an elderly person, of course, anybody, but those are the most, vulnerable people that just makes my blood boil. Like it should not happen. You should not hurt a child, should not hurt an animal. An animal, all they want is love and food. A child needs to be taken care of with the utmost love and care. And the same thing as an elderly person, because they become a child again, even though, they want to be, like we mentioned that Nancy wanted to be independent and all that. It's okay, it's their personality, but at the same time, she had mobility issues, she had health issues. Of course she needed help,
Great.
and she needs to be found.
Yeah.
That's not fair to her.
Great point. Great.
No, this is horrible.
All right, Nadia, thank you so much for your call. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys too. Thank you.
Good night. Adios.
I'm looking, but I'm only seeing the shorts of it.
Yeah, it's a real subtlety where they're talking about
their
relationship, about being her godfather or godmother, to her baby, to Jenna's baby, and you're my best friend. She goes, "You're my sister."
It's interesting. Okay, let's see. We got a couple.
Gary, what's your read into that? Well, he's looking for that.
I don't really want to speculate about it. I think that the issue is that you have a situation.
If you heard it, don't speculate. But if you heard it, what's your thought?
I don't understand the question. I heard the story about Annie and Savannah. I just don't feel it's not appropriate for me to speculate about.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Because but it's an interesting point. I mean, but it's possible that Jenna simply, when she was talking to Jenna, she simply meant you're another sister. You know what I mean? I don't know what it meant. So I just think it's best to.
And
but I
know
saw that
all
interview.
of us feel that way. When you walked in the makeup room earlier, there were claps and hugs because you are beloved.
No.
Well,
I love coming here.
I know, and we love you here. And you're.
What is it? Is this their show that they had or something?
Yeah, she appeared on her show the other day.
Here, and it is National Best Friend Day, so we're celebrating the right way. But I've just marveled as somebody who knows you and loves you at your strength, you coming back here and leading the ship, which I know has not been easy, and yet here you are. Morning after morning, getting out of bed, spending the mornings with us. And I know so many of you at home feel the same way about you.
Well, I mean, first of all, I can't really even look at you every day without crying. You are my best friend. And, it's really hard to come back. And I've been trying so hard to hold it together. And I promise I will. This show and this hour especially is like about joy. But having you and all everyone at the people behind the scenes, people in my ear, the producers, our castmates, it's like, when I see you in the morning, I know that you see me no matter what is going on. And sometimes it's almost too much because I feel like to do the job, I gotta keep it together, pull it together, but I'm happy to be back. And it's like the 2 hours of my day that, it's not that I'm not thinking about it because I am.
Yeah.
But it's something to do. And it brings me a lot of joy to be with everybody.
Yeah.
Kind of to your point there, John, it's something to do. It's something to.
Mm-hmm. But no, it's not easy.
No, I know it's not easy. And it also speaks, I think, to the fact that, I mean, I remember even when I started here, and I'm sure you've heard him, my dad sort of made fun of the way we call each other family. He's like, how's the family? But we really do work at a place where people surround you with love, like you're loved, you know? And so there must be some like tiny bit of, and relief isn't even the word. I don't even know what it is, but like a spark of something.
It is. It's a little respite. And you are my family. I mean, I don't think if I had any other kind of job, I would have even tried to come back.
Yeah.
You know, but I was like, well, I didn't, you know, I just felt like, well, what else should I do? And my mom would have said the same, like, honey, you know, just keep going, just keep going. And so I am, you know, and it's hard when you're with your best friend to not be real. So I was a little afraid in a way to do the show with you. You've asked me before, like, which are so sweet, you know, come on, you want to fill in? And I'm like, oh, I don't know if I'm ready, because I couldn't look at you in this kind of setting where we just talk about life and not tell the truth about my life. And so, you know, I think, you know, I know maybe people wonder like, what's going on? How's she able to do that job? Is she not thinking about it? Did she forget? No, never.
And neither have we. Like, we'll have your back. We'll be with you forever with this, and never forget.
And we still need everybody's prayers, and still wish someone would call and say what they know.
And I think I once had a conversation about our friendship. Randomly, this philosopher was sort of asking about he said, well, do you have a good connections at work? And I said, yeah, Savannah is like this really close friend. And actually we bonded around faith. She's the godmother of my son, Hal. You know, and he said, and I love this so much, he said, the truest form of relationship is when you surround about something higher, when you're both focused on something bigger than just yourselves, that you're both into something that's beautiful. And I like your faith is a marvel.
Well, I'm working it out, you know, it's like step by step. It isn't easy. I mean, you know, like all the cliches and the easy things that people say, and, you know, they provide some comfort. There's a reason that people say them, but, you know, I read a book of old sermons, and, you know, there's this famous phrase about like a famous scripture about, you know, you'll soar like on wings like eagles, but there's a part of it which says you'll walk and not grow faint. And this sermon that I read talked about that, and how there's a time in life when just walking and not growing faint is about as good as it can get. And that's what I feel like I'm doing. I'm trying to walk and not grow faint. And it's a gift from God that I'm able to do so. But it's always with me, you know. I mean, I cry every morning on the way to work, and I cry every morning on the way home. And I'm grateful to have good friends and to be able to come to such a beautiful and joyous and supportive place. And like so many people out there, you know, you can hold all of these things together. I try to tell my kids that too, you know, we can hold our sadness and we can hold our joy. And just, if you don't believe it, just watch me. I'm going to show you.
Oh my gosh.
So, thank you for having me. I didn't really mean to like overtake the chat. But they said to us, like, because your producers, who I love so much, they know that we are best friends, and they know that we're sisters.
Yeah.
And so it's like,
and also we can't help but be ourselves.
We can't. And I know you wanted to talk about Pink at the Tonys.
I know.
I agree, Chris, that Savannah really looks like she's going through it. I mean, it's palpable, you know, and it's like the thing where it's so palpable that the person talking to you cries. You know, it's like authentic affect. You know, it's really, really hard to watch it.
Yeah, and that was why that stuck out to me. I mean, she was talking, you know, so genuine to Jenna about, you know, their relationship and everything, you know, that you know, I've known you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And yet her biological sister is almost like when you watch her in that video from way back when, where, you know, the NBC did the piece there, okay, where it's like, you know, why did you move here, Mom? Why did you stay here all these years? Okay. It's not like, and what do you think, Annie? I mean, I don't get that dynamic. I get a better dynamic with that visual than I do with the actual sister, biological sister, where they're doing a piece on the family living in Tucson. I don't know, maybe it's a nothing burger, but at the same time, it was the sister that walked out with a note to mom. And now that appears that note's gone because the memorial's gone. What, is there a messaging there of some sort in terms of apathy?
Yeah, and I am curious to see what the source of that is, claiming that the sheriff's deputy said that it was the family that removed it. Because I personally just haven't seen that, but
well, they had to sign off. It's on their property.
Mm-hmm.
People just can't come in and say, because the family could say, who stole my mother's card?
I mean, that is a possibility, isn't it?
That the family, that somebody just came in and took it all?
Yeah. It's a possibility.
Can I ask you guys a question along these lines? Does anybody understand why all the YouTubers and everybody were cleared out in front of what was the story there? Does anybody understand? I mean, was it like a disturbing the peace situation? Was it just, I mean, what is the reason? Because I can't seem to get an answer on that.
Yeah, I don't know the answer, but my opinion is the neighbors were fed up with it. And I believe that the neighbors believed that the memorial was creating too much traffic, because evidently a lot of people were coming there just to see the memorial and photograph it and so forth. And then you throw in the YouTubers and so whether the family removed the memorial or not, I think the direct neighbors were complaining. I read that or saw it somewhere.
I mean, I've heard that too. Well, matter of fact, I saw
not
it
the HOA, but the neighbors.
Yeah, but I actually saw that there was a piece on it where they were actually they were hiding their identity. Neighbors were hiding their identity and saying that they weren't comfortable, or that it was becoming a public nuisance. And when it comes to the legality of it, and I don't really know too much. I do know that cities can pass ordinances to tailor it to their if they need to. It actually happened. Who was I wish I didn't forget his name, because
but Josh, let me interrupt you. So this is all taking place in the county. Okay. City councils can pass ordinances rather easily.
Yes.
In the county, however, it's a little different. And can a board of commissioners convene and make a county ordinance? Yes, but it's the process in most jurisdictions is much longer and much more convoluted than a city council passing an ordinance. So I don't think that there's an ordinance, and I have no idea under what authority the sheriff made the arrests and issued citations the other night, because it seems to me that they're on public property. And now maybe they use some state traffic code or county traffic code or something like that.
There's no sidewalks, right? So you're in a street. So
well, there are no sidewalks there, are there?
No, there's not. There's just all there is easements.
Right.
So is that considered public property? I don't know.
But why now? Haven't they been?
Well, I think the neighbor, because I think the sheriff is fielding a lot of complaints, and they're demanding that the sheriff do something, and so he did. That's what I think.
And I think
I've seen it before, and
himself to punitive civil liability.
Yeah,
they did. Remember the case in Georgia, Chris, when all the YouTubers were out in front, and they were staying out till like midnight, 1 a.m, being loud, and they passed an ordinance saying
City ordinance, correct.
it was a city ordinance, correct? No loitering past a certain time. Everybody's got, I mean, they put up a sign. They cemented a sign in the ground like the next day. they made it clear. And, you know, I know that people are going to say, well, they should sue and all this stuff. Maybe they will, and maybe they won't. It's not going to be as cut and dry as that. There may not be a lot of recourse. But
well,
maybe
I'm going to push back a little on you here
Well,
just
you
for a
do.
second,
Yeah,
because you're a friend. Yeah, they have a precedence. The national media camped out on that street for quite some time.
But there wasn't, they weren't enforcing it then.
And they're going to have to explain that to a good civil attorney.
Yeah, I agree.
They're going to have to say, well, wait a minute. How come you let everybody else do this for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, and then they decide to pack up and leave? But these YouTube streamers, whether we like them or not, is not going to be the question. Okay?
Disparate enforcement.
Yep. And it's going to be like, okay, so what was the reason, Sheriff? Did you, because of the first question I would ask as a defense attorney or a civil attorney did you get phone calls, complaints from the neighbors when the national media was out here? Yes. How many did you get? Because we're going to go find out.
Well, they did, because they made it where you couldn't park your car there anymore. Remember?
Right. He changed it. Remember?
I remember, but I'm saying that they're curtailing the laws and what they're enforcing based on who's out. And I'm not saying that they don't have a possible case, and I'm not saying that they do. What I'm saying is there are laws sometimes that haven't been enforced, that they don't enforce, that they can enforce when they want to.
I'll guarantee you those deputies on the street did not want to,
of course not,
arrest those guys.
I think they
they were ordered to.
They were
So if you
ordered by a
remember,
lieutenant who called them while they were on their way and said, "Why aren't you down there yet?"
And you want to hear the punchline to this, Josh? Is when a lawsuit is filed, they're going to throw those deputies under the bus so fast, you'll hear a sonic boom.
Chris knows.
And the
I
deputies
never
made a
told them
mistake
to do
by
that.
not putting the lieutenant's name in their report.
Yeah, no, I understand. I was sort of thinking the same thing, like, you know, how is it going to hold up? And I don't know if it will or if it won't. Nanos claims that the district attorney is on board with these.
No,
that's what he
not
said.
true either.
But he said
She's going to distance herself like a hot pocket.
I'm not
in a
saying if it's
microwave.
true or not. I'm saying that that's what he's claiming.
Well, he can claim it all he wants. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
this is
I think
thing
the
that brought it
underlying
down to the airport. Go ahead. I'm
the
sorry.
underlying reason for all this is
The neighbors.
the neighbors, and I can understand that too. I mean,
Me too.
I can see their side of this. But if you recall, when the national media was still there in force, maybe some of them had left, but they were still there. There were some sanctimonious national media figures that were calling for the YouTubers to be disbanded out there, but the national media could stay. I don't know how they factored that in their head, but that was the call.
They don't have any more. The national media
Exactly.
doesn't have any more right than any independent person wanting to document something. If one can do it, the other can do it. So while you may not agree, or it's like Chris said, it's not about liking. It's not. It's the law and how the law is applied. Is it applied evenly or isn't it? And you're right. A good civil attorney, who, by the way, that will cost a pretty penny, could collect damages. Possibly.
Oh, I can see a law firm taking this pro bono.
Oh yeah.
Just to make the point.
Yeah.
Once again, Nano's stepping in it. Okay, let's take another call. Absalom, go ahead. Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
On the screen, Absalom. This is the first time I ever saw you.
No.
Hey, how are you, Dr. Gary? It's so nice to see everybody. finally to meet the legendary John Lamb.
That's right.
Mr. Gilliam, Detective McDonough, top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning.
So there seems to be in the public this herd mentality where people rush to judgment without any kind of investigation or any kind of question asking. They just condemn a person simply based on a post on Instagram or one of the social media outlets. And my question was, in y'all's experience, does public opinion affect law enforcement's handling of a case in comparison to perhaps maybe the way the district attorney's office or the legal process might prosecute somebody? We saw how the public condemned poor Mr. Ramsey and his son Burke for decades. And I can't imagine what that poor man and his family went through for years. And so I was wondering how that might affect the case from both sides.
Question. Anybody want to take that?
Well, I think
not everybody at once, guys. Not everybody at once.
I think public sentiment does affect a case. You know, especially a case like this. But I'll give you a good example of how public opinion affected a case, and that is the Daniel Penny case in New York City, where the former, was he a Marine? I think he was a Marine. He was in the Marine Corps, right?
Yep.
And he took action on the subway and held, I can't remember the man's name that he held down, but he subsequently died as a result of something that occurred, whether it was a medical condition or something that Daniel Penny did, I don't know. But it went to a jury trial and he was acquitted. And the public sentiment throughout that case was in favor of Mr. Penny by a long shot. It was way more than 50% in his favor. And unfortunately, the district attorney in New York, I believe it's the Manhattan DA. Am I right, Gary? Didn't this occur in Manhattan?
It was Jordan Neely, I think, is the victim, right? The guy who was killed.
Yes. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. And it was Bragg that brought the charges against.
I think so, yes. Alvin Bragg.
Yeah. So, you know, my point is this, and Absalon, just to answer your question, yes, it does affect a case. And fortunately, in the Penny case, it affected it in the right way, ultimately. And if we didn't have such a despicable district attorney in New York at the time, the case never would have been brought. Clearly, it was not a crime what Penny did, and I don't remember what the cause of death was. Do you, Gary? Do you remember?
I think it was like a chokehold, right?
Well, that was the claim, but do we know what the coroner ruled? I don't remember.
I actually could look because I have it in my records here. Just if you give me 1 second, I can tell you. 1 minute.
And that's, you know, there are plenty other cases, but that's the one that everybody will probably, you know, have some sense of, or at least some knowledge of. And so that's why I referenced it. But, you know, that was a big deal in New York City. And then it spread throughout the country, and there was a lot of fervor over Penny being prosecuted for this.
Well, it says the medical examiner's office determined the manner of death to be homicide, saying that Neely died from compression of the neck chokehold, but that's disputed. You know what I mean? It's been disputed, but it was the idea was that it was
Okay.
a direct cause of the, but it's that was quite a controversial case. Absolutely, one for the books. One for the books.
Yeah.
You know, because it really would make a person afraid to get involved in a situation. You know what I mean, where you get hands on. You know, I mean, it's
Right,
so-
because this guy was threatening. I mean, by all accounts, he was threatening passengers on board, and people were frightened of him. And finally, Penny had seen enough, and he stepped up and did something about it. And then this guy died.
Gary, is it possible that that was the intent behind charging him? Was to make people more passive, to not act? And and it's a rhetorical question,
right?
But I've often thought, why charge? Why? Because as Bob has correctly pointed out, the man was behaving in a dangerous manner. People were frightened of him, and he received assistance from other people on the subway car. The other thing I would just say is regarding, I thought one of your the portion of the question was, does public opinion have an impact on the investigation as we're conducting it? It better not.
Yeah, it shouldn't, right?
It shouldn't. And you know, we've worked cases where, and certainly I've never worked a case of this sort of national notoriety. But we did work cases where people, the community did already had come to a conclusion regarding the case. But that has no effect on us. It better not. And I can tell you in my experience, and I know also Chris worked for me and I've worked with Bob, what the community thinks about a crime is not going to have an impact on how we unravel it and investigate it and ultimately decide whether to file charges or not.
But Mr. Lamb, will public sentiment influence a district attorney that might be coming up for re-election?
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, because they're politicians and they are going to pursue a course, and they can even, I'm certain, rationalize that I'm doing this for the good of the people. It might not be my ideal solution, but there's so much more good I can do for the people if I'm reelected.
And a lot of them are all about their conviction rates instead of, you know, and instead of trying to try a case that may be difficult, which happens a lot, but sometimes it's all you have, and sometimes it's necessary to do that. You know, this was a fight. I don't want to say what case it is, but Chris, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, you know, there are a lot of district attorneys who don't want to go to trial. They like to make deals because sometimes, you know, it's cheaper. It saves time. It saves money. And sometimes they don't want to lose. They're all about their conviction rates. Not all of them. There are some that are, you know, but yeah, a lot of them are that way.
Josh, there's a great line from the original Dragnet movie from like 1952. Because DAs don't like to go to trial with certain victims because the victims are not, they don't create a lot of sentiment for them. They're not sympathetic.
Correct.
And at one point, Joe Friday tells somebody, you want a murder victim that's an archbishop. All I've got is a hoodlum.
Right. Correct.
But yes, district attorneys will be influenced.
So in closing then, did that play a role as to why the Ramseys had to face a grand jury in spite of, or did they not have the evidence in the hands of the DA at the time that has been brought forth since then?
Oh, they had the evidence, but it wasn't against them.
And they decided, Detective McDonough, to bring this case to a grand jury in spite of the overwhelming evidence that showed that Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey and poor Burke did not commit this crime.
Yeah, and I mean, what's the old saying, right? You can indict a ham sandwich.
And they do.
You guys remember the Twinkie defense?
Oh God, yeah.
Oh yeah.
The Harvey, it was the Harvey Milk case, right?
Harvey Milk.
Mark White, yeah.
But let's, to your point, right? What's the issue today for them with the Ramseys? They're so locked in a particular scenario. That's one of the reasons the Cold Case Foundation said, you know what, we'll take a look at it. And when they approached us,
aren't these people retired by now that were looking at the case back
the
then?
detectives are all retired, but there's a new chief up there.
So why didn't
he had an open,
So
he
why
wants to do the right thing. I'm pretty sure they're testing it even further, but the fact that they're not, look, they're one of the most damaging things in that whole case. And there's a lot more episodes coming. I'm not going to burn this call up here, but there is so much that they have not told the public. Now, we've got access to 23,000 documents in that case. We've got all the police reports. We've got all the lab reports. We've got all the civil reports. We've got all the evidence reports. We have everything at the Cold Case Foundation. Every piece except within the last couple of years and DNA advancements. But up till maybe 3 years ago, we have all of those investigative reports. And we use the exact system that the FBI uses. And we have, in the last episode you saw Butch, well, he was an FBI analyst in the behavior science unit. Everybody knows him. Okay. So he wasn't just an analyst, he was the best of the best. And he has been diving into this with the wizard. We call him the wizard. It's Zach. His name is Zach. And when you see the next episode, which, by the way, is going to be on the 24th of this month, John, we got all the technical issues sorted out. So John's going to be there. And when we look at this case and you say, wait a minute, what about this? And it's sitting right there in the police report. It's sitting there. I'll give you one example. Did you know the Secret Service cleared Patsy Ramsey as the note writer?
I didn't know that until you had mentioned it.
We have the report. Why have they not told the public?
Well, why didn't they know about the DNA?
Well, why didn't they tell the public that she was cleared by the Secret Service as being the note writer?
I mean, public opinion.
Well, that's the point to the caller.
Yeah.
Somebody's got, their knickers tied up here and, they can't let go. So does it get influential? Yeah. And that's why the one DA who wrote them the letter in 2008 said, we're sorry. We're sorry. We've had this for a long time and we should have told you earlier. Meanwhile, that kid, the most damaging evidence, or the damaging piece of this one of the whole things, was a single profiler from the FBI said that Burke is your killer. And he put that 9-year-old little boy, who is 39 today, for 30 years through hell. One guy, one opinion.
And something like that, Detective McDonough, how do you ever repay Burke for having done that to him for decades and that
Well,
entire family.
You can't. That's why they had a team of lawyers that sued CBS and they settled. Remember, they won that civil lawsuit. The Ramseys did.
Yeah, it was an undisclosed amount, but it was a substantial amount from what I understand.
You know what? John can't talk about it, but it was significant.
Well, I mean, that's the definition of, I mean, that's the defamation. That's exactly what, I mean, you're accusing somebody of something without any actual proof.
That's why the very first episode we did was the garrote. What 9-year-old little boy is going to create a garrote and utilize it several times on his daughter, on his sister, for sexual gratification?
Oh, no. The parents did it, Chris, because they were trying to save both of their, they already had lost one child. So,
yeah, well,
the parents.
Well, you're getting into an area that, is an area of expertise for me. And I can tell you that sex offenders do not start at 9 years old, even if they are sex offenders. The idea is you may have fantasies in which you are angry or want to dominate or get revenge or whatever, but the sexual element generally starts later with puberty. There are rare exceptions, and also the garrote, the idea of constructing an instrument of torture, which is really what it is not something that would be done by somebody where it's like their first time committing a sexually violent assault. The idea is that escalation into doing that, even if it's your first time, does not generally come with the use of something like that. That would reflect a progression over time of a sexually sadistic offender who is protracting it and increasing the excitement through the use of that. You understand, Chris? You know where I'm going with that, Chris.
Yeah.
It's not how you escalate. It's not the general pattern of things. To be honest with you, I always thought that the 9-year-old brother doing it theory was patently absurd on its face. But because I guess I'm slanted that way because of what I know about sex offenders of the sadistic type. And for me, it's always been about some unknown party.
I don't
identified yet that is a sex offender in the local area, probably. Who
I don't think I know of a case more where people are so embedded in their belief that no matter what you show them or no matter the evidence, they will never be convinced of. And I mean, that's the total opposite of how investigations work. You're supposed to look at it as, just because you don't like the way somebody acts or you don't like their personality or you don't you think that they're acting funny, none of that matters. There are people that don't like the way that John has talked to the media. But that doesn't matter. That's evidence.
Yeah, great point. What if I told you that the Boulder Police Department ignored a little girl in her bedroom, sound asleep. A perpetrator crawled up a tree, went into her room, started to molest her, was confronted by the little girl's mother, where she maced him, and the suspect jumped out the second-story window and escaped. And guess what? It was less than, I think, 8 blocks from John Bonet's house.
And Chris, I know this story.
Right.
I've heard this before, but I've also heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the little girl may have been in the same sort of pageantry.
They were in the same dance class.
That's what I'm saying. I've known, I've read about that for a few years, but nobody ever talks about that ever.
But guess what? We didn't ignore
that.
Correct. You're going to hear a lot about that one.
That's
that has the ring of what you hear. That has the ring of truth.
And now you find a rope
Right.
on the second story in the guest room at John Bonet's house from a backpack.
Well,
but I thought people knew about that.
Oh, they do know about it, but people aren't connecting the dots. That's what I'm talking to you about.
Oh, well, I had always, this is even before I knew you, I had heard about this, you know, that the other person, the little girl that the mother ran off, who jumped out and ran down the street. I knew about that. And I had always kind of went, well, they live so close together. It happened within certain proximity. Then you find out that they were in the same group, the same dance group. And you're going, wow. I mean, that's quite a coincidence.
Yeah.
And so,
but Chris, is it all right if I make a quick comment there? So I personally think, in reflecting on that crime, that one of the reasons people became so caught up in the someone on the inside did it is that it is unusual in a sexual homicide with a child that the offender does not abscond with them and do it somewhere else. The idea that a stranger comes in and kills you in your own home is a little unusual. But I think what people don't realize is that for the perpetrator in that case, where she was killed was sort of an apart place where you could play out a fantasy. It had a quality of being like almost secret, like she was secreted to it. Isn't that correct, Chris? It's like you'd have to have like an intimate knowledge of the house and kind of. Am I making that up in my mind, or is that correct?
Hold on a second, Gary.
Yeah, go ahead.
John, I know you got to go. I want you to.
John's got to go.
Yeah, John's got to go. But tell people about your book really quick and where they can get it, and then you can jump off because I know you got to go.
Just real quickly, thank you to everybody who's purchased my books. I've seen that they've been posting the links to the teddy bear mysteries I wrote. Most recently, I have had my memoirs have come out, Service with a Sneer, and then Beach Blanket Bedlam. It's looking like probably the beginning of next month, perhaps sooner. Bring Out Your Dead will be coming out, and that will feature a number of homicide investigations and essay investigations that I conducted. So, and they're available on Amazon. And for those who don't have access to Amazon, there's the books are published by Book Locker, and you can get them from that website. And I want to thank the callers. It's always great to be with you, Josh, and Chris, Gary, and Bob. And I wish you all a good night, and you guys all take care.
All right, Bob.
Thanks.
Okay, John. We'll see you later.
Mr. Lamb. Very nice meeting you, Mr. Lamb. And thank you to everybody. And to borrow one of Mr. Lamb's jokes before he goes, I hope I was able to ask this question without giving the impression that my IQ is the same size as my belt size.
Well, I thought your questions were interesting, and I really want to make sure that I'm accurate in what I said. Chris, isn't it true that the person sort of secreted her to a place where they could be alone with the child? Because with that kind of offender, the key is to play the fantasy out in isolation. That's why you would generally take them to another location, a forest, a vehicle, a warehouse, whatever. But correct me if I'm incorrect about that.
Yeah. So let's, because we talked about this on the very first episode, in relationship to, the buildup, right? This is not somebody that uses a garrote as a staging weapon. Would you agree, Gary?
Yes, agreed.
I mean, as a secondary, well, let's make it look like, a stranger came in, yada, yada.
No, it's more like a signature element.
Right.
Often.
It's a piece of it. Right. And the fact that parts of the paintbrush were utilized shows us that he was losing control sexually, because we're surmising at this point, I mean, we're not there yet, that the point of entry potential could have been through that butler's door that was left open. And we just showed that on the last episode. But we can't dismiss the window as being either a point of exit, but we're not leaning towards that was the most logical place for him to come in, and that he had also entertained the second floor balcony, which was the balcony on JonBenet's room, because we cross-correlated that to the little girl where he climbed the tree and came through the balcony into that little girl's room. In the other case, the little girl that went to the same dance studio.
So, Chris, let me ask you, if it's an outside intruder and the Secret Service has determined that Patsy did not write the ransom note, how do you explain the ransom note, and particularly the part of the money part of the ransom note that is precisely supposedly what John got in a bonus that year? How is that factoring in?
Well, I don't want to tip my hat on that yet, but we've got that answer. Okay. And that's going to be on an episode down the road. Okay?
And by the way,
we've addressed every one of these issues over the last year.
By the way, that's a great question. Yeah, that's a great question, Bob, because that's my question too. And you guys will be talking about that, correct?
Oh yeah, we're going to go through every piece of this evidence.
Yeah.
And
great question.
And by the way, we're going to show you them. We're going to show you in the police reports. We're going to show you the police reports. Okay, that's coming next week. Because we're not just going to talk about it. We're going to show you the evidence. We're going to bring the receipts and say, look, here it is. You determine for yourself. You're looking at it. Okay. And so that's going to be answered. That's not going to be an issue.
Yeah, great question.
So let's stay with the garrote. I don't think there's anybody worth their salt who would say a 9-year-old would utilize a garrote to kill his little sister like that. Whoops.
No, that's all right.
They're actually rare in adult sex offenders. Chris, they're rare in adult sex offenders.
Correct. I can't tell you how many classes I've been to and taught, where the first question I would ask them is, how many in here can tell me what a garrote is? A lot of people, if they've never had military experience or anything like that, they don't even know what it is.
Yeah. Well, in the New Evil, I tell a story that always disturbed me about when John Wayne Gacy was trying to show an attorney what a garrote was. So he said, "Can I borrow your pen?" Took the pen to use as the stick that you put inside, and he used the rosary beads. Wrapped the rosary beads around the pen and twisted it with the pen. Can you imagine the perversion of the rosary beads to do that? But the idea being to demonstrate the tightening. And then, of course, in his case, he said, well, they put themselves in the garrote, so they killed themselves. And tricked them into putting it up, But that's the kind of guy that uses a garrote, a sexually sadistic torturer.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
not a 9-year-old kid with no history of sexual sadism.
Adriana writes here, in staged domestic homicides, offenders distance themselves from discovery. John Ramsey staged JonBenet's scene. Why remove the duct tape and loosen the ligature before police saw it, undoing key staging? Yeah, I mean, that's a great point too. And who makes a father go search the house for their their daughter as well. And by the way, I've thought about this a bunch. And if I found my child in that same situation, I would untie them and I would take whatever was covering their mouth off of their mouth. I would not say, nobody touch anything. He could be, they're dead. That thought couldn't even enter my mind. There's no way that I could look at my child in that situation and not take the duct tape or the rope or whatever it is. It would almost be humanly impossible.
I agree with that, Josh. I would have a hard time not removing all of the what I would consider offensive materials around my child too.
Yeah, and for people to make that weird, well, maybe, I don't know if you would have to have children, I guess, to understand it. I mean,
yeah. And I don't know what happened at that scene, but what I do know, it's pretty clear that the responding patrol officers and detectives really were in over their heads and didn't handle the scene appropriately. That's pretty clear.
Which happens, but don't make it the parents' fault. I mean, just because you didn't cover the scene correctly. I mean, it's just very improper, I think, for that lady, I can't even remember her name, but I mean, she would blast. I found that to be about as normal as a move that anybody would do, Chris. I mean, I'm sure you feel the same way.
Well, we're keeping an open mind. Even to this day, even after, having access and looking and watching and listening. I just had a 3-hour meeting with all of, the team that's working on this just Tuesday with John. I mean, and we've been having meetings for the last year, like I said.
Yeah.
And when everybody has come to we've brought a whole bunch of other people into this. I'm just one piece of the puzzle. My responsibility is I'm the tip of the spear on the investigative side. And then we have, scientific people. We have, guys like Dr. Gary and others on the foundation that are all going to weigh in. It's just not one person saying, you guys need to think like this. We have handwriting specialists. We have all kinds of other people that are on the foundation that are going to say, hey, you know what? We can't even tie this together yet. But you have to start with the murder weapon in this case, in this one. And you have to start with the victimology. You have to understand what the family was going through at the time. You have to understand what they were preparing for. The night before, when they're tucking John Bonet, when she's in bed and they're coming back from the Christmas party from the neighbor's house. Is it possible the suspect was in there? Well, guess what? The second one, the suspect was in the house. He was waiting for the little girl to come home. Is that possible in this? Can you dismiss it? And the answer is no, you cannot dismiss that yet. If the evidence takes you there, you have to follow that evidence. You don't dismiss it. And unfortunately, like Bob just said, who was the lead investigator? She'd never worked a homicide in her life. And who did they bring in? They brought in a narcotics detective who had never worked a homicide in his career, but he'd made a lot of drug buys and he put a lot of drug cases together, and he since wrote a book, multiples. Okay. And they all sold a story. But guess what? That story didn't stick, because then they found unknown male DNA underneath John Bonet's nails, her fingernails. How did that get there?
Obviously, John had some unknown DNA laying around the house and planted it.
Yeah. And so this is a
that was sarcasm, by the way.
I know this is a
for the chat, because I mean, you see a comment like this, and I want to thank you. And this is not uncommon, by the way. This case is striking a nerve. A YouTube channel currently analyzing Chris's episode from Sunday evening. Chat is full of hateful comments, conspiracy theories, false accusation, information. That's standard for this case. That is standard operating procedure.
That's why I turned it off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we're going to let everybody have an opinion, but you're going to be able to just yell at the TV. Okay. And yell at your computer screen. Okay. You're not going to come in and just, tell the world you're right. Okay. Because I'm not right. We don't know yet where the totality of this thing is going to go. I can tell you this. I've spent 1 year studying every piece of this evidence that I can get my hands on. And I have all the reports. I have the same lab results that the police have right now. And I have the reports and who's been eliminated and who hasn't been eliminated. I have all the access to the Smith group, what Lou Smith had. I have it all, meaning our team. And you know what? We're chasing it, whatever that means. We got all the interviews. We got all the observations of the officers. There were 2 police officers that saw that door open when they arrived on the scene.
I didn't know that until you mentioned that. I didn't know that.
I have the photographs, and we're going to show them next week or the 24th. You'll see them. You'll see the door propped open, wide open.
Well, Chris, I would commend your audience I would encourage them to read the book that John Douglas did that's called The Cases That Haunt Us, in which he gives his analysis of the Ramsland, the John Benny Ramsey case. And it's, I think, important because he thinks along similar lines even then, back then, years ago when that book was written. Chris, you're aware of it, right? John Douglas's take on the case.
John's probably going to weigh in on this.
Well, I mean, he's had an opinion.
He'll probably appear.
Good, but I'm saying that if you read that, you'll see right away that even years ago he thought that the accusations against the family were unfair and ungrounded because he simply felt that a very different type of offender was responsible for this. And he, in that book, talks about a lot of interesting cases like the Lindbergh baby and Lizzie Borden and Jack the Ripper and things like that. Incidentally, just as a side note, the person who John Douglas in that book suggests was Jack the Ripper is the same person that I had always thought was the only person that made any sense. And it is, in fact, the suspect that has been pointed to by the DNA on the very, very old scarf worn by one of the canonical victims that had recently been tested. And we write about that in our upcoming book. Francine Bardol writes about that. But it was that Aaron Kaminsky, right? So don't ever give up on a cold case.
Hey, Bob.
I mean, that's Jack the Ripper in the 19th century. So, yeah, go ahead.
Bob, it's not a show until Gary mentions Lizzie Borden.
That's true. Yeah. That's true.
I picked up on that too. You're right.
Well, because I've been writing about her and she's always fresh in my mind, and she comes to mind a lot in a couple of cases that are going on currently. She's always an interesting example.
It doesn't, whatever the reason is, you are fascinated by that case though, and a lot of people are, no question about it. You said I got to look into more. I don't.
Did it. Well, we'll do a show on it, but you did it. Listen, somebody in the audience said there's a new photo of Porch Guy. Is that true?
I haven't seen it.
I don't know.
I haven't seen it.
It says, hold on. It says, in the new photo of Porch Guy just released, any thoughts of what big that is on the porch mat? I don't know what that means, but I'm curious. Is there a new photo?
I haven't
to know.
We'll have to check that out.
There'll be weeks of coverage.
Miracle Stone says the amount of tragedy John has experienced throughout his life is staggering. So tragic. It's unreal that John can sit through it all again when reviewing the case. look, Chris is going to do a show on the Summer Wells case coming up here this Sunday. I don't see her parents sitting through anything. I don't see them asking for the cold case. By the way, did the Cold Case Foundation not offer their services to the Summer Wells case? Of course they did, and it was rejected emphatically. So, I just find it odd that if John's the perpetrator, it would be one of the dumbest things that he could possibly do is to keep working on this case. Doesn't make any sense. It would make no sense. Now, I am with you, Bob, though. There are some questions that always did kind of baffle me, but they seem to be getting answered as well. What do you got there, Chris?
I'm going to tempt you.
Oh.
With what?
There were 128 reference samples that were compared to the male DNA profile to date, with 0 matches. One of those, or except for John Bonet. The male DNA has not been identified. Exclusion, though, is the Ramsey family. John, Patsy, and Burke.
Yeah, I mean, how do you explain, how?
They're excluded as the source of that DNA.
You know what's fascinating? The same types of people who would question and reject that are the same types of people who tell you that Kohlberger didn't do it based on, even though there's DNA on that sheet button. It's a fascinating thing. It's like a type of person who is contrarian and wants to kind of believe the conspiratorial narrative despite the facts and despite the probabilities based on previous crime and but you know what I'm saying? It's like that same type that will believe one. It's like always believing the wrong thing just to be contrarian. But so that drives me crazy. But you know what I thought was fascinating about that ransom note, I have never gotten out of my mind, is that ransom note shows a correct French accent on the word attaché. That always fascinated me because I think that tells you something about the intellect level of the perpetrator who wrote it.
So let me, I'll give you just a little piece of that.
Yeah.
All right. Mm-hmm. So the ransom note.
Yeah.
She was excluded by DNA being on that ransom note. Number one.
There was DNA on the ransom note?
Listen to me. Okay.
I'm listening. That was my question.
All right. First of all, understand something. Law enforcement submitted it to their own experts. Okay. Their own experts had 2 types of answers. One, highly likely, the other, probability. And from there's a third possibility. Okay. The expert's opinion from the law enforcement says no, she didn't write it. But that wasn't good enough. So Boulder Police Department, and you may know some of these guys, Bob, hired a Denver attorney named Thomas C. Miller. He was a certified handwriting analyst. He's a civilian. He stated, well, probably that Patsy wrote the note. Then they hired another civilian, David S. Lieberman. He concluded it's highly likely that she's the note writer. Then they hired a third person, Sina Wong, very probably written by the same person. I can't tell you who that person is. So the official position from law enforcement has always been they have never definitively ruled that Patsy either wrote the note or did not write the note. It is inconclusive.
But you know what the big question is, though, Chris. And I know you can't answer it right now.
I'm not going to about the ransom number because I know where that came from.
Right. I understand. That's what I'm saying. So I understand the handwriting analysis, the expertise and things like that, and that most could, it's possibly, probably, but that's the question that everybody has. After that, it's the number.
Yeah. What if your receipts are sitting on your desk?
Well, then it would take a very unimaginative, concrete, kind of weird offender to be that specific if they had spied the number somewhere else. You think you'd round it up a little or round it down. It's like that scene in that movie Coming to America where Arsenio Hall wants to wire home for more money from King Jaffa, whatever his name is. And he says to the woman, "Do you think that's too much?" And she says, "Well, while you're at it, why don't you go for a cool million?" Like, in other words, just throw something out there,
So it's $118,000.
Right.
Okay. So what does that have to do with the garage?
Well, that's a good point too.
No, but it implies it's entirely possible that you have that number.
Because the whole theory here is it's a cover-up. It's a cover-up.
I want you to
9-year-old.
That's ridiculous.
It's either with the golf club or the flashlight. Okay. And they decide, oh crap, Burke killed John Bonet. I've got an idea.
Right.
Let's write a note. Let's leave the door open. Let's make a garrote. Let's tie it so tight around her that nobody saw it, including the officers on the scene, while she was laying in front of like 5 or 6 people.
Right.
Nobody even noticed it. Okay. Because it's so embedded into her neck and into her throat, multiple times utilized, by the way, not once, multiple, according to the autopsy reports. Okay. And let's throw the bat outside. Let's write this note and leave it here and leave it at the bottom of the stairwell, because I know this case inside and out now. Take a suitcase out of one of the rooms, put it up by the window, but rather than turn it this way to use it as a step, let's turn it this way. Okay. And let's leave that window open as if this is the way the suspect came in. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to tell you, let's break the paintbrush in 3 pieces and leave 2, but take 1, take a black piece of duct tape, put it over her mouth that is clearly cut at both ends, and take the roll of duct tape and leave a rope upstairs in the bedroom in a backpack, with a backpack, and take her Barbie.
But here's
nightgown.
Chris, here's the thing about all that. Okay. Is it possible that the family, now just let me get to the end here. When I say, okay, let me just do this. Is it possible that a child hurt their sister, accidentally killed her in a fit of rage? Yes, that's possible. Is it possible that a family member didn't want the child to be blamed for it, so they staged a scene? Yeah, that's possible. Is it possible that somebody knew about how to use a garrote and made it seem that this was an intruder? Yes, I guess that is possible. It's not likely, but it's possible. Is it possible that the family wrote the note? Yes, it's possible. But what about the DNA? How is that possible?
Well,
And by the way, you know where the DNA comes from. If you read the autopsy report, John Bonet is doing this.
Correct.
Okay? And then she did
very
this.
disturbing.
Then she did this.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Oh,
It's under her fingernails.
yeah,
They did the clippings.
that's terrible. But
And-
you know, Chris, what makes no sense at all about this whole thing is what is the personality trait that would make a parent want to hide what their child did? Empathy, compassion, right? And so you have to imagine the same individual or individuals who are compassionate and empathic towards a child would use a garrote on the child to create the picture that draws your attention away.
Yeah,
That
but
makes
John,
sense.
Okay, time out. Right?
Illogical.
Just time out for a second. Okay. While the garrote is being applied,
Mhm.
John Bonet is fighting.
Well, that's important.
So she is alive and scratching the perpetrator while trying to unloosen the knot or the tightness around her neck. Are we to understand or think in any way, shape, or form? Let's take Patsy. That Patsy's doing that. That's while John Bonet is trying to scratch the offender, Patsy's tightening the garrote.
right. And like I said, it seems completely unlikely. It's possible, but not likely. But
Possible. In what world is it possible?
I'm just saying that physically,
In what world is it possible?
it physically
You said it. I want to hear it.
Listen, it physically could happen.
Do tell. Do tell.
I'm just saying that I'm saying that it could happen. I'm not saying it did happen. What I'm saying is I'm getting to this again. John has vials of people's DNA lying around the house. And then after all of this unlikeliness, plants DNA at the scene that doesn't come back to him or his wife or his son. That's what I'm saying.
So he's got this vial of unknown DNA and he's ready to execute his daughter with a garrote.
Right.
Let me ask another question. On the autopsy, Chris,
it doesn't even make sense to you, bud.
It doesn't make sense at all. I'm just saying.
Go ahead.
On the autopsy, the cause of death was asphyxiation by strangulation, correct?
Well, actually, it was blunt force trauma, asphyxiation by strangulation.
Okay. And where was
not determine which came first?
Okay, where was the blunt force trauma?
To the head. It cracked her cranium.
Okay.
Gary, do you understand what I'm saying?
She had a head injury and strangulation injuries. Her skull was fractured 1.75 inches by 0.05.
Cruel, sadistic.
Gary, do you understand what I'm saying?
I think what you're trying to say, Josh, is that there's a difference between that which is possible and that which is probable. And you're arriving at the same conclusion that Chris is. It's just that Chris has done it at light speed, and you're kind of he's saying the same thing you're saying, that that if you go by probabilities, it's clear what happened here. You're not actually disagreeing.
No, I'm not disagreeing at all. What I'm saying is all of that stuff could have been possible. It's not likely, but it could have been possible. But then you get all the way to the DNA, and that's not possible.
Okay, well, here's an interesting thought. The Dr. Myers, who did the autopsy, said she was alive when she received the blow to the head and while the ligature was being tightened around her neck.
God, that's terrible.
So neither of them killed her instantly. She would have died from either one.
By the way, this is not what I'm saying, just Michelle. Not even close.
So the sequence of it doesn't matter. She would have died with the head trauma or the ligature trauma, and so the official cause of death was asphyxiation by strangulation.
That's very common as a mechanism in sexually perverse serial offenders.
Correct.
Everything in this case points to a fantasy-driven, sadistic person who scoped out a victim, found out where she lived, isolated her, engaged in a sexually perverse fantasy, and probably did it again or had done it previously. I don't think
who in that house fits that profile?
Oh,
Because
no,
if the father was the suspect, if the father fit the profile, he's going to have a lot more victims after, and he would have had a lot more victims before.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Whoever did this was somebody who encountered this child, probably somewhere in the local area, became fixated on her, found out where she was located, and in fact, probably would have had another victim not terribly far away.
And if the mother did it, it would be simultaneous also. You would also have victims before, and you would have victims after, post-incident.
In that kind of offender, absolutely.
Same with the 9-year-old boy.
Right. No. And asphyxiation is a very intimate form of killing that takes quite a long time. I mean, you have to picture that this person would have looked her right in the eyes. You know, I mean, by the way, she was wearing a cross, which I always found very disturbing because, you know, that was another torture instrument that involved somebody's breathing being stopped. And, you know, so you got this guy sort of just looking right at it and doing, you know, it's a horrifying scene. And that is just something that involves a sexually perverse, sexually sadistic offender. Now, I don't know if he brought a garrote or brought the rope, but that's important too. That's very important because if it's fantasy driven, you've got it fantasized right down to what you bring with you, as opposed to taking something from the basement. Did you have a question?
No.
Yeah. So let me ask you, Gary. So with that type of offender,
yeah,
would they use two methods to kill her? Would they use a garrote and blunt force trauma? How many?
I don't think the garrote was to kill her. It was to torture her sexually, and then she dies. In other words,
but how many offenders in your profile, would hit her over the head with a blunt force object?
So what happens in a sexually perverse homicide, when it's intended to be a homicide, generally the reason that you kill is simply to get rid of a witness. And in some cases, like Ted Bundy, for example, it's actually kind of unusual that the killing itself is part of the sexual arousal. Usually, especially with a torturer, the protraction and keeping it alive as long as possible is the thrill. And so the garrote is used to protract the torture.
Sure.
And
no, I get that part.
Sometimes they expire, but when you pick up something and hit the it's usually because you've lost control of the situation. So probably what I would suggest is that while she's being sexually tortured, nothing is going according to the fantasy, and she's potentially going to scream or bite or scratch or whatever, and he picks something up and clubs her with it. And this is very reminiscent of the Koberger's happened. He went in with a sexual fantasy, nothing went as controlled, and it went overdrive, and you wind up with a mass murder. I think the idea was to torture her sexually, maybe even take her. But it didn't go as planned, and he probably picked something up in the ambient space and hit her with it, because that's generally what happens is that you have a detection problem if the child is screaming or whatever. Because remember, he didn't take her out of the home. He's doing it in the house, which tells you something else about this offender. Doing it right in somebody's home is really risky. It's actually more characteristic of disorganized offenders to do things like that. This is I'm telling you, the fact that this feels local and doing it right in the house is suggestive of a weird person.
Was there any evidence of SA, Chris?
There was semen, wasn't there?
I'm not going to say that right now.
Oh, I somehow I thought that it has long been established that there was fluid because that was being tested, and I
already know the answer. I'm just
I could be wrong, but I thought that was public knowledge. I mean, is it public knowledge that there was semen, or am I manufacturing that fact?
We're gonna let that sit.
I don't want to spoil the show.
No, I'm not saying that because I've heard anything. I mean, I just remembered it that way, that I thought there was.
And by the way, I'm not really quick, and then we're going to move on. But I'm not. I was not playing devil's advocate. I wasn't doing anything.
No, I know what you were saying.
Josh.
Oh, it says people in the audience said there was no semen.
That's great. Good stuff.
Right, but all I'm saying is you can get up to certain points. Yes, all those things are physically possible. Physically possible. I'm not saying it happened because I don't believe that. But you can get that far. But then to me, it all stops with the DNA. It all stops.
But you've got to step back though. You can't, you can't stick a watermelon through a keyhole.
You can try.
That's a great title for a book, Chris.
But you can't. Okay, where
I know
when people say no, this watermelon's going through that keyhole because it can. Guess what? You'll spend weeks and months and years without saying, well, did you ever think about cutting it up and looking at each inside of it and then, cutting little pieces and pushing them through? You ever think of that? And you see, that's where investigators really make a lot of mistakes. It's just because people hear, well, is it probable, but not blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, yeah, everything is possible. Okay. Everything is possible. But sometimes it's staring at you right in the face. And for 30 years, maybe the evidence has been staring at people for right in front of them. Okay. And all of a sudden everybody goes, oh crap, wait a minute. What just happened here? Okay. Hypothetical. This is just a hypothetical. Okay. You heard the broadcast thing recently on Guthrie?
Yeah.
And did you hear Monks? And he says, I thought I heard the word key. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear that.
He said that on his thing. Okay. What is that possible? Yeah, it's possible he heard that. Is it probable? I don't know. Okay. I have no idea. But where could you go with that in your head? You could go to 55,000 places. Okay. You know what reality is? Okay. That door opened at 9:48 p.m. and it closed at 9:50 because the sheriff said that. But guess what? We don't know where it originated. We don't know. We definitely know, according to him, that it opened and that it closed. Okay. Well, we don't know what the point of entry is either into that house. I wonder why. And are the doors propped open or not? Are they left open? Are they propped open? According to Savannah, they're propped open.
Yeah.
And so the simple things, just like we were talking recently on our panel over at my channel, I didn't realize the blood changed direction until Bob, John, and we're all looking at the blood and we're going, wait a minute, it looks like it moved. It turned. Well, for 3 months, we've all been talking about him bringing her out maybe to a vehicle of some sort, somewhere parked out in front of the house or the side of the house. We don't know where that's at yet. Okay. But what we definitely potentially saw is that freaking blood turned. And so what does that mean? Does that change the trajectory of the escape of this person or persons? I am still of the camp. There are more than one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Me too.
Yep. And so,
but Chris, it's possible there was just one. Hey,
Yes, it's always possible.
Let's take 2 more calls. Okay. Katie, sorry for the wait. We got on a tangent. I thought it was good, by the way. Go ahead. What's your or where are you calling from, Katie?
I'm calling from Australia. How are you this afternoon?
Hey.
Hi,
I'm
Katie.
going to say this afternoon, but it's tonight where you are.
Yeah, it is, but it's afternoon where you are. So, what can we do for you?
Is this the Katie from Australia who sometimes contacts me about my music page?
Sometimes I have, yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
How are you? Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, I have sort of a weird question for you this afternoon. It seems as all of this UFO stuff is happening at the moment.
This is for Bob.
This is for Bob. Since all of this UFO stuff is happening at the moment, and yeah, in homage to Dr. Gary's magnum opus, I was wondering if you guys had heard of the zoo hypothesis.
The zoo hypothesis.
No.
Don't Google it, Josh.
I haven't heard.
No, that's okay. I'm just joking.
I haven't. What is it? I don't know.
It's basically it suggests that if aliens are
That's
out,
the same thing as like with Bigfoot, how Bigfoot avoids contact with people.
yeah,
Right?
basically,
Yeah.
basically they said it postulates that if aliens are real, then they're not contacting us, rather than we can't find them.
Have you ever seen the movie Contact?
No, I haven't actually.
Well, first of all, you need to see that movie. And
Okay.
one of the funniest parts of that movie, Chris. Have you seen that movie with Jodie
One of the
Foster?
best. It's one of my favorites. It's Carl Sagan wrote the book.
It's a
and
fantastic
the screenplay, I think. Yeah,
fantastic
I know
movie.
about it.
But so the aliens are relaying. They're relaying the very first public worldwide broadcast back to Earth because they're so far in the future. And it's when the Nazis hosted the Olympics. And so it shows like Hitler and the Nazis on the screen. And the one guy looks at it, he goes, "Oh, great." that was their first contact with humanity.
Right. Although hidden in it is the secret of how to create the device that will allow you to transmit to their planet.
Right.
Which is fascinating. And the coolest thing about that story is that when you get there, because the creatures will be impossible to conceive in your earthly brain, they sort of take the form of someone that you've loved or memory or something to make it comfortable for you. And so it comes in the form of Jodie Foster's deceased father, who taught her to love the stars.
Such a great,
which is a very beautiful idea. And of course, raises the question, did she hallucinate the whole thing? Which is really the gist of what happens at the end there. You don't know if she had like space psychosis or she really went to this other planet. But it's a great movie and a great book. And anyway,
are you saying that you believe? Are you a believer in that theory?
No, not really. Me?
Do you
me
believe
or
in
Dr.
aliens?
Gary?
Do you believe in aliens?
I look, it's hard to say. I think you
ever been to the post office in New York?
No.
You'll believe it. It's like that scene in Men in Black 2 when they all take the masks off and they're like, oh. Yes, you'd believe it if you come here for a couple of days. You'll wonder.
Sure thing.
Well, that's the theory. That is the theory that I've heard. I've never heard it called that before, but that's sort of the theory with Bigfoot enthusiasts, is that they avoid contact with humans. They bury their own, and that's why you can't find bones of them and things like that. So, you know,
Josh, I knew you'd snicker.
Look, I want to believe. Okay, just to prove Bob wrong. That's all.
So okay, so
here we go.
So answer this question, okay? Or before you answer the question, do you remember I don't remember the name of the craft that we sent to the surface of Mars. Somebody in the chat will remind me, but
rover?
Did you see the photographs that were captured on the surface of Mars? Pretty
Yes.
clear. Would you agree?
Yeah, pretty clear. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they were remarkably clear.
Yeah.
Don't you find it odd that we can't get a clear photograph in this day and age of Bigfoot or a UFO, but yet we can get a very clear, incredible photograph and video even from the surface of Mars? Tell me how that happens.
Are you not listening to the zoo theory?
I'm not.
Okay. Well, that's the answer. But you don't think that there are aliens anywhere in the universe at all?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
You think that the only life that exists is on Earth in the entire
No,
universe?
I didn't say that. I didn't say life. I said I don't agree that there are aliens anywhere in the universe that we're aware of. But there could be life. There could be some organism. There could be water somewhere that we're not aware of. There could be some living thing, but I don't believe it is human-like or animal-like.
And I don't
That's
think
what
it's
I'm saying.
visiting guys named Cooley, driving around in Alabama.
Well, on Mars there are dried up water beds, right?
I mean, there's probably liquid and little microscopic life at least.
Yeah.
You need a very specific series of events to transform that into advanced life.
But if that is possible, and Mars does have dried up water bed or river bed,
that's only a few planets near it, right? Very close to it.
Then it's possible.
In fact, that's one planet over from us.
That's the theme. That's the theme. Maybe not probable, maybe not, but it's possible. If there are other organisms that live out there, why couldn't there be? I'm just saying. I don't.
I think you have to remember that. And now let me be very, 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 very sensitive about this, because there are people with religious beliefs about the origin of life on Earth. Okay, so we're not discussing that or contesting it, but from a scientific perspective, the way life evolved on this planet required a series of kind of startling accidents in the environment that took microscopic organisms and developed them into every imaginable thing. You have to understand that whether it's a whale or an amoeba or a tree or or a fungus, or Al Sharpton or me or you or the president or whatever. Everybody came from the same. And it is kind of, I don't know why the heck he came into my mind as the most random. That was one of those race stance moments from Ghostbusters where he tries to think of the most random thing, and it's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Well, anyway, so the idea is, I think that ultimately that series of random things would have to be present elsewhere to make life possible. Very particular chemicals, very particular assertion of forces, very particular assertion of gases, very particular presence of water, of evolution of creatures leaving the water, etc. And then you'd have creatures like us, but you'd also need a sun. You'd need air like ours. You would need. So I think what you probably are going to find, if we ever could get out into space, and the expanse of it is massive, is that probably there were other places where there was a situation possible for little microscopic organisms that are alive to take on different forms, but they probably wouldn't look anything like this. You see what I'm saying? Now, all of that having been said, put that over here. People have all kinds of ideas about the idea that there's only life here for religious reasons. As a matter of fact, when I was in seminary, I was fascinated to learn that the Vatican has an entire group dedicated to the spiritual question. If life is ever discovered on other planets, did Jesus visit them too? And did he have to be crucified there also? And if not, why did he die here for all of them? And that's a fascinating question. But the reality is, what'd you say? It's a good point. We're pretty bad. But the idea is it's a really interesting question, is that it would have major spiritual implications. And that's the other thing is, Freud used to talk about the blows to mankind's ego, right? The first being, I'm trying to remember what it was, that the earth is not the center of the entire universe. I think once Copernicus came along, that got blown out of the way. And then the second big blow being Darwin. So what will be the third? Probably the realization that we're not the only living creatures in the universe. That'll be very hard for humans. But I don't think they'll be like us, no.
I used to do a little experiment with my kids when they were younger.
Okay.
It's a fascinating question, actually. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, go.
Go ahead, Chris.
So I would say close your eyes, okay? And I'd say touch the top of your head. And then I would say keep your eyes closed.
You've done this to me before.
Did I do it to you, Josh?
You did it to me, yeah.
Okay. And then I would say touch your chin, okay, whether our eyes are closed. And I said, don't open your eyes yet. Touch over your ear, your left ear, now your right ear. Okay. Now touch the tip of your nose, and they do that. And then I would ask them a question and say, where's your I am?
Do they do the hokey pokey too?
They did the whole thing. And guess what? It connected them to their inner self.
Got it.
You're talking about the soul, Chris?
Hokey pokey.
Where's your I am?
Right. You're talking about the presence of the soul. Well, this is exactly why I said we're not having that discussion from that perspective. Right. Because that's where this gets complicated, Chris, is the spiritual element of it. But from a biological perspective, with the right circumstances, theoretically, you could have life somewhere else. But we also can't get very far out into space. The expanse of space is mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. I mean, you could fit billions and billions of Earths into some of these, well, I don't know about billions, but millions of Earths into some of these stars. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the sun is like a puny nothing burger compared to some of these stars, you know? And I think from a religious perspective, I have always found that to be very glorifying of God. The expanse of the universe is fascinating to me. Also, from a spiritual perspective, I've always been bugged by the following. God created the sun and the moon on the fourth day. So how were there 3 days before there was a sun? Obviously, the day doesn't mean 24 hours and a cycle around a sun. It must mean a phase of some sort. And then, you know, so that those things are very, very interesting to me.
Gary also is annoyed by the fact that when there are paintings of angels that they have belly buttons because they were never born. That's
true. They always paint them with belly buttons because they use kids as a model for them.
I know, and it bothers you, but that's a weird thing to be bothered by.
Now that's navel gazing. No, the idea is that they're not supposed to be right. Remember we made the joke that I should start a naval academy?
Yeah, you made the joke.
But it is silly, you know, but this is what happens when
but who besides you
brain tries to understand these things.
Who would look at besides you? And because you have a beautiful mind, right? But it's also sick, you know, like it's also not healthy. So, oh, look at that beautiful painting of that little angel there. Why does it have a belly button? It was never born. Katie, thank you so much for your call, and
you're welcome.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you, Katie.
It drives me nuts, Chris. Josh. Here, I'll give you an example.
No, I know.
There's a sign on the door in my local 7-Eleven that says, "No dogs allowed except seeing eye dogs." Who sees the sign?
The dog, Gary.
It doesn't make any sense. If you've got a seeing eye dog, how are you seeing the sign that says
the dog
reads the eye dog inside?
The dog reads.
Bother me.
All right. We got one more call here. Let's go ahead and
it doesn't make sense.
Diane?
Oh, I think I know that.
Diane, are you there? Diane. She might have fallen asleep. I mean, she probably fell asleep waiting for us.
She's okay. Well,
hold on.
I was just trying to be funny, by the way.
No, it was funny.
You were.
But, you know, it's weird if you think about it.
Janet.
Yes.
Oh,
we'll do Janet's call. Yeah.
I love when Janet. Is that Janet?
Yes,
Janet.
that is Janet.
Also known as DB Cooper, Bob.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm familiar with Janet. Yeah.
we've been over that. We've been over that. Dr. G, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin?
Well, that's the old the old question the philosophers used to think about. This is imagine sitting around with nothing better to think about.
Yeah, that would be sweet, kind of. Anyway, I am going to ask a question that I asked in chat that I've been wondering about for a while, and that is Nancy, not Nancy, yes, Nancy Guthrie's house within Tucson city limits?
No.
Well, yeah. So
no, it's in the county. It's in Pima County. The city limits is just a few miles away, but the city has no authority over Nancy's neighborhood.
So none of the city ordinances apply.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about loitering? Would there be laws about loitering or for that particular neighborhood?
Well, they
No.
they could make them, but it has to go through, like what Bob said, it has to go through a county ordinance, which is more difficult than a city one. But it just depends on, I think what they classify as loitering. Now, like I'm saying, you can't sit in a chair out on that road. That's illegal as far as I'm concerned everywhere. Okay. You can't be in the street with a chair anywhere. I can't go down to Broadway in my town and do that. I can't do that, in a residential neighborhood either. But it's what they're classifying the easements. If there's no sidewalk, the property that isn't on the street, is that public or is it private? I don't know.
There's a 4-foot easement off of the public road.
And that's
what is public property?
Considered private property?
And that would be just like a sidewalk.
Just like a sidewalk.
So you can hang out on the sidewalk
all day long.
Right. That's yeah.
So loitering in a public place, like on a street or a sidewalk, has generally been ruled making arrests for those have generally been ruled unconstitutional. Now, there are some exceptions, and we could talk all night about the exceptions, but I don't think that they're going to be successful if that's what they charge them with, loitering or something like that. They're not going to be successful. They may have done it knowing, well, I won't say that because I don't know. But it seems, they were trying to, and I'm not making excuses for the arrests or the citations because I don't think that they were correct either. But they were trying to solve a neighborhood problem. If I lived in the neighborhood and I had these guys camping out all night, all day, eating, somebody posted earlier, eating pizza and dressing up like porch guy, and just loitering throughout the neighborhood, that would irk me too. And I might put some pressure on the sheriff to do something about it. But it's incumbent upon the sheriff to do the right thing and do the legal thing and respect everyone's rights. So I don't know what the charges are. So it's really not fair to say that the sheriff made an illegal arrest, but I don't like the arrest regardless. Was there any negotiation? Did they talk to him? Did they go up and ask him to do something different? Did they ask him to limit the time, a day, a night, et cetera, et cetera? So I don't know. Maybe they did that.
1,000%.
Yeah, maybe they did that and it failed.
And even if you, in a situation like that, even though it may be frustrating, it's frustrating for the deputies as well. But at the same time, like Bob just said, you handle these situations by going and saying, hey, can we at least break bread here? Is there something that, we can come up with a plan of, a time you want to be out here. And if they say no, meaning and they say, look, we're out here under the First Amendment of the Constitution, taking pictures. Well, then, okay. The courts, even within the last 5 years, have gone towards streamers as, citizen journalists. There's actually a terminology for it now that's gone through the court system and in the federal court system. So that strengthens the First Amendment argument. Whether we like it or not, that's reality right now. And the officers have to respond underneath that. So I don't see where, because there's a precedence that was set. And the precedence that was set was for, months, a couple of months. The mainstream media was camped out in front of that house, okay, with tents, in fact, they left all those tents behind, remember?
Yeah.
And they were given to the streamers, okay?
I remember
So, they were supplied by the mainstream media, okay? Now, play this out. If you were a good defense attorney or a good attorney, you'd probably say, where'd you get the tents? Oh, the media gave them to us. Oh, okay. You mean ABC News or whoever left them? Yeah, they left them for us. Okay. Well, then guess what? It's not illegal to have a tent because apparently that precedent had been set. Okay. Now, whether we like it or not, now if they're doing their business, urinating in public and stuff, yeah, that's a problem. Now you've crossed the line. Okay. And if people have evidence of that or witnessed it or whatever, and they have it on video, that's a different story than just saying, yeah, I saw, they've been peeing out here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't see it, i.e. the officer, because they have to witness it. And if they didn't witness it, guess what? All it is somebody saying they saw it and they did it. That's when you say to them, well, next time they do it, call us and take a picture. Okay. But I didn't see it, ma'am. So I don't have any authority over doing it. I believe you. I believe that they probably did it, but I can't prove it. Okay. In front of a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. It will never happen.
Yeah.
And so,
Well, I'm really grateful there are officers like y'all watching out for our rights. I watched quite a few of the streamers in the beginning of the case when there was a lot of activity with the police coming and going and what were they doing and all of that. But since then, it's just a whole bunch of nothing and a lot of silliness. And so I unsubscribed and I haven't really watched any streamer that's hanging out in that area in a really long time.
Janet, just because you can do something because it's legal doesn't always mean you should do it. And so there's a happy medium in there between the neighbors, law enforcement, and these YouTubers. And it's unfortunate they couldn't reach some kind of an agreement. So if I lived in that neighborhood, I have to be honest, that would irk the hell out of me.
Yeah, me too.
Having all those people in the neighborhood day in, day out, throughout the night,
Yeah.
video. Yeah, it would drive me nuts.
I mean, just at CrimeCon, for an example, I was sitting at the base of the elevators or the escalators, and JLR is like 3 tables over, and a guy comes over to Karen and I and says, "Hey, come say hi to JLR." Okay, I'm like, okay, let me process this. I'm damned if I do, and I'm damned if I don't. Okay, I like everybody. I'm just that kind of guy. Ask anybody that knows me. Okay. So I walk over there. I sit down. I said, "How are you? Good to meet you." First time I'd ever met the guy. I have nothing against that guy at all. I don't know him. I like him, meaning I sat next to him. I said hi. We got along great. Okay. Life goes on. Move away. Nothing to see. I go back to my business. He was very friendly, very polite. The guy works like a machine. I don't care what anybody says. You got to give him that. Okay. Now, that's all. That's it. That's about being, somebody asked me, well, why did you do that? And I said, well, because I like sitting next to Jesus. And they're like, what do you mean by that? I said, well, who do you think when I die, or if Jesus comes tomorrow, is he going to go visit me or is he going to go visit JLR first? I don't know. Okay. But I want to be in the same circle wherever he visits. Okay. That's just how I am. I operate that way. Ask anybody that knows me on the street. I didn't care, if you were a Main Street Crip, a Rolling 60s, or whoever. Okay. It's just the way it is. People are people. Fast forward a couple hours, we have our little meet and greet for, TIR. And guess who shows up? One of the guys that just got arrested. He's in the back filming while Karen and I are having our little meet and greet. So what? So what? I don't know that, I don't know what this guy's ever done in his life. He doesn't know what I've ever done. I'm not going to judge that guy at that moment, nor am I going to judge him for this moment. Okay. Or what am I going to judge JLR? I'm not going to do that. That's not my role. It's not my responsibility. Okay. So my responsibility is to take care of myself and, love thy neighbor as thyself. That's what the Lord says for me. Anyway, as a religious person, if I can't love my neighbor, how am I going to love myself? Isn't that an interesting principle? Love thy neighbor as thyself. So I have to look in the mirror for me and my family every single day. And I have to take this other piece of the puzzle off and say, you know what? God doesn't see in color. Why do I? It needs, this is the problem with our society today. And people driving by every single day. Look at this Carmelo thing that just happened. My gosh, they're ready to riot. Okay. It's crazy. When, we're so far out there as a society, we can't even say to other people, you know what, you're different than me, but you know what, let's have a conversation. Let's talk about it.
Some of that stuff going on in Europe now too, Chris.
Oh, Europe's on fire.
Yeah, I've been very alarmed by the developments. In fact, I don't fully understand it, but it seems to have erupted from like a decapitation attempt in Dublin. Is that correct?
No,
yeah.
in
Ireland,
in Belfast.
Oh, Belfast, not Dublin. Okay.
We actually
that's
talked
pretty
about
rough.
it early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, who am I, right? Let the whosoever among you hath not sinned, let them cast the first stone.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I saw it when it happened live, and I figured you were just doing what you do. You talk to people. You say, "What's the big deal?"
Years ago, I had a priest he said, you need to baptize your son. My oldest boy, who, by the way, is the chairman of the UNLV economics department. So this is the boy. He said, Christopher, his name was Father Henry. You need to come down to the parish. Okay, why? Because you haven't baptized Ian. Okay, I'll be right there, Father. I sit down with him. He goes, okay, this is the reason why. I said, okay, why? He said, well, he's going to go to limbo. He's going to go into purgatory. He's going to go all these other places. And I said, well, why is that? He says, because of Adam's transgression, the original sin. I said, oh, okay. Well, can I ask you a question, Father? He says, what's that? Did Jesus die for the sins of the world, or did he leave Adam's transgression out? That was my question.
It was the new Adam.
Yeah. Well, what happened to the old Adam? Was my question, that would have been the follow-up question. I thought Jesus died for everybody's sin, including Adam's.
I think what you're talking about is where the church fathers tried to understand the spiritual significance of baptism, because when John the Baptist was doing that, Christ encouraged the continuation of the process.
Yeah, but my son was going into limbo.
Well, the limbo thing is an interesting Augustinian
right. Well,
notion.
anyway, I don't want to go down that lane in totality, but that was the last time I I read that one, that doctrine. I mean, I've read it since 1,000, 10,000 times. I have a difference of opinion.
It's fascinating. And for the people in the audience, someone in the audience said that they didn't think it was possible that as a clinical psychologist, I'm religious. Actually, before I became a clinical psychologist, I was in seminary and I identify as a practicing.
And before that, he went to clown college.
And Crime Con.
Right.
Janet, thank you for your call. We appreciate it.
Janet, sorry we ran off.
Well,
into
thank
a
you
little
all
tangent.
for
You're
everything. I've been hanging out here with Charlie, who I think is the last person in the room.
Yeah,
You're awesome.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye bye. So we're at 4 hours, guys. That there are 2 other people waiting. I don't know. I don't want to keep you.
I'm gonna bump out, Josh.
I understand.
I'll let you and Gary take it because you'll be up for another couple hours. I'll bump out with Bob.
No, I don't think so. I've got to get up early too.
I'm just going to finish these 2 calls, and then we'll be good.
Thank you, Lab Rats. Really appreciate you all.
All right.
Thank you,
right,
everyone.
what was said about Brian Anton, totally off base. Totally wrong. Should never happen. See you guys.
All right. Take care. Waiting in studio, Derek Kalala's affidavit release. It states family arrived at the house at noon.
I don't know what Chris was talking about there. Do you?
Yes, I do. One of the streamers called him a derogatory name.
Oh, that's gross.
For homosexual.
I don't know who that is, and I don't want to hear about it. Okay,
that's what he was talking about. Okay, so why a timeline discrepancy when the family arrived earlier? Also, with his federal trial on June 23rd, do you think we will learn more about the Nancy Guthrie case? I think that we will. I think that trial, I think it'll be very interesting. Kalalala, and very interesting. Okay, let's go. Gary, you're gonna love this. What's up, Bruno?
Hey, Dr. Gary, Josh Diaz, thank you for having me up, man.
Love
you guys. Yo, Dr. Gary, I was gonna get my keyboard up here and impress you, but I don't know how to play piano.
I have a question for you.
I have a great
I have been driven absolutely crazy since your phone call trying to figure out why you think I should sue my barber for my haircut.
Now, let me explain to you. It's because I'm jealous of you, Dr. Gary. You're a handsome guy. You're a handsome guy. Listen, my hairline is racing to the back of my neck like it's in a race, okay? So you're doing better than me.
I thought it was because when I do the piano videos, sometimes I do them when I first wake up before I comb my hair, and I look wind tested.
Nah, listen,
that I would find funny.
I look like I fell off the back of a turnip truck, okay? So
you remind me of my brother so much, it's unbelievable. You sound like my brother. Doesn't he sound like my brother, Josh?
Yeah, he does a lot.
He probably knows my brother.
Probably does.
But
Not all.
I know you got a good sense of humor, Dr. Gary. That's why
I do. I thought it was hilarious. It baffled me, but
that was my Don Rickles. That was my insult comic, Don Rickles.
I know exactly what you're doing. Oh, you hockey puck. I got what you were doing.
Right. You're the hockey puck.
I'm a hockey puck. And you know what? I found it funny.
Thank you, Dr. Gary. And everyone listening, if you haven't seen The Lab After Dark, you're crazy. You gotta watch The Lab After Dark. Josh handled it's wonderful. You gotta watch. It's a must watch.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
You need a podcast.
That's why I haven't been commenting, but I do catch it.
Now, I think you should have been on Seinfeld. You would have been a perfect Seinfeld breakout.
I wish I would. Listen, I wish I was, man. I wish I
They
was.
would have loved you. The audience would have found you hilarious.
We got some after dark.
Picture him on Seinfeld, Josh?
Yeah, of course. But we got some after darkers in the house watching right now.
Dr. Gary and Josh, 2 weeks ago, I'm walking down the block. I see a cop. He looks in my face and asks me, "You want to fill out an accident report?" I mean, that's how bad I look. Listen, I'm not young anymore. Okay? And I want to press charges. I said there was no accident, officer. But I want to get to something serious. Chris McDonough, the great Chris McDonough, ran off. He knew I was pulling up, and he was out of here.
Yeah,
he didn't want no part of me.
He would have stayed for you.
I love Chris. Chris and Karen, the interview room. Now, so many things you were talking about after the John Bonet case. I had a million questions, but you were talking about so many topics. My head was spinning. One of them was Carmelo Anthony. I find it hard to believe that the facts, the way they lie out, why people are confused about the facts. It seems open and shut case to me.
Well, you know, everybody that testified at the trial, even the people the defense called, it didn't bode well for young Carmelo. It just didn't. You know, the people that they called for his defense didn't defend him. You know, and so it's
Josh, I don't mean to cut you off, Josh, but the family hired a legal aid attorney. Meanwhile, they did a GoFundMe for legal fees, $600,000 plus. It was not used on legal fees. They had legal aid. They bought a home. They bought cars. What is happening in that family?
I don't know. You know, I don't know that much about that. You know, the problem is, if they took that, if I heard something about that, I don't know. I've heard conflicting reports that they did hire an attorney, that it wasn't a public defender. But I will tell you that if they took funds that were meant to be for a defense and used them for something else, I think that would constitute fraud. And I think that they could be in trouble for that. So I don't know. But look, I don't think that any reasonable person can just stab somebody because somebody puts their hand on them or even shoves them. The point of self-defense is that you cannot use lethal force against non-lethal force. And if
Josh, if you follow the case, it seems there's premeditation involved there. And matter of fact, because there's a problem between these two teenagers, however I think they were young anyway. And there's premeditation there. Who takes a knife to a track meet? Usually you take cleats or sneakers, right? So, and he goes and purposely sits next to the guy and pursues an altercation with the guy. To me, I'm not no attorney and I'm not smart like Dr. Gary, but I think the guy was looking for trouble and he found it, and that's what happened.
You know, it's completely possible. You know, the thing is, he's not on trial for having a knife. That's not what he's on trial for.
No, he's on trial for stabbing the man in the heart with the knife.
He's in trial. He was on trial for stabbing the person in the heart with a knife.
So Chris McDonough says, the knife is in play.
The knife is in play, but he wasn't. He would have legally. He was allowed to have that knife under Texas state law. That knife.
Yes, literally under the First Amendment, I'm allowed to record in public. If I'm in public, I can record. But if I beat Josh Diaz over the head with my fucking camera, I think I'm in trouble.
Well, look,
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, love you guys. I want to say something really quick. I've been burning a hole in my pocket, and I'm glad Dr. Gary's here because this goes for both you guys. The Missy Beavers case. Have you guys done anything on the Missy Beavers case?
Yes, I'm very, very well aware of it. It's an interesting case to consider alongside the very mysterious Shelby Thornburg case. I know some people have wondered about those cases, but yes, we haven't talked about it, but it's an interesting one to talk about.
It's not been in the news, Dr. Gary. It's a total mystery.
Yeah. Right.
Like what? I mean, it's such a mystery. Can Dr. Gary, what do you think?
I think there was some relationship. There's something about that case connected to Jennifer Coffindaffer. I think I can't remember what it is. Having a unique interest in that case. I think she's talked about it a lot. I could be wrong, but I'm not really aware of too many people discussing that case. It's a disturbing one. But anyway, but I'm glad. I always think it's good when people remind us of a case that is not getting resources.
I haven't seen nothing in the news, Dr. Gary, about it.
Not being talked about. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Gary, haven't seen anything in the news about it. Nothing new. No DNA, nothing. Blah blah blah. Oh, let me go back to the John Bonet case though. Chris McDonough seems to be in the know. He knows. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm on the edge of my seat with Chris McDonough. He seems to be onto something. Now, do you know if in the John Bonet case, have they released anything about the, in the media? Have they released anything about the DNA at all?
I don't think so. I know that
Chris will talk about it. I don't know. I mean, he's like the pro on the case now.
But listen, the whole world is watching. We're all not going to wait for Chris. I love Chris, but the world wants to know. Love you, Chris and Karen, but we want to know right now.
We want to know.
We want to know. I have not heard any, like they have a DNA profile. I have not heard that.
But you touch on something very important that's increasingly bothering me, is that just because the public, has a tendency to think of these cases as if we're talking about episodes of CSI that should be wrapped up in an hour or 30 minutes or something. The truth of the matter is they're not really entitled to know everything about a case that's active. The reality is that you have to do that, because otherwise, if there isn't some privacy, if there isn't some patience, it can botch an investigation. I mean, don't you think that sometimes things should be quiet?
Yes.
So, I mean, don't you think so, Josh?
Yes, of course.
So I think and the public has this way of...
Although it's a 30-year-old case.
Good point, Josh Diaz.
True, but it's being looked at with fresh eyes.
Sure it is. But I mean, I think that at some point, I would consider a 30-year-old case cold. Hence the Cold Case Foundation being involved.
Yeah, right.
But
Okay.
I think that you should probably put out that, hey, yeah, we got some DNA here that does not point to the people that have been persecuted for.
All right, I can see that.
Yeah, but that's just what I think. But
I'm gonna
But I just think we all have a tendency to think we're entitled to know everything about. And just because the public is interested doesn't mean.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, don't you think in the Guthrie case, probably their stuff would not being told?
I would hope.
FBI is definitely holding things back, no doubt.
That's what I hope is happening. But hey, we got to get him together. We got to get this guy. You got together with Jason Vetri.
Yeah, he's.
And I have to admit, early on in the John Bonet case, I was a young man when it happened. I really, really, really thought the people in the home knew something. They knew. But it was the father, the mother. I don't think that way now. After seeing John Ramsey on the interview room, it literally broke my heart. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't know the answer. But I find it hard to believe with the garage. The note is what throws me off big time.
Yeah.
But the whole thing throws me off really. But I think possibly, I'll throw this out, I believe it possibly could be a neighbor. Somebody close by that thought they were safe enough to get in that home and run back to their home, back to their house and hide quick. But what do I know? Nobody knows really.
No, if I had to postulate, it's some sex offender with previous experience who's sort of a weird guy, not particularly stupid, because don't forget the spelling of attaché with the accent, but odd. And this is a person who probably had prior fixations on local, at least one local child victim, and played out in his mind a perverse fantasy in which there was some protracted sexual torture of a child. And in this case, he isolated John Bonet, did what he did. She probably fought him. He picked up an object and bludgeoned her in the middle of it, and then staged it up to look like
Dr.
something.
Dr. Gary, this would be absolutely premeditated, and the person that did this, most likely a male in my opinion, but I don't know, could be I don't know, but
It's gotta be a male.
Most likely a male. Thought about this for a long time, and I also believe that the person was familiar with John Bonet. Maybe he saw her on stage, or knew she was some kind of a beauty, whatever you call it.
How do you? I mean, it's interesting because with John Bonet is like, there was that public. When you think about the victimology, I mean, she's sort of like in front of the world, But the thing is, usually with these kind of victims, the idea is that it's someone that you see on the street, school bus, walking, whatever, and you sort of go, "Ooh, they look like my fantasy and you fixate, you know. In this case, hard to tell because of that public quality that, you know, of the victim.
But Dr. Gary, they went. Dr. Gary, they went.
Yeah, go on.
Dr. Gary, I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm a little excited to talk to you guys, to be quite honest with you. It's great to see you guys.
Okay.
Now, how does this?
I'm sorry to cut you off. I think Lorena Bobbitt had that on a T-shirt.
I was going to wear my Beach Boys shirt, but I wore my Beach Boys hat. I'm a big Brian Wilson fan, and that's why I love you on the piano, Dr. Gary, just so you know.
Oh, you think I should cover one of their tunes? I think I should.
Dr. Gary, if you did Surf's Up.
I'm a big fan.
Many great Brian Wilson classics on piano. I'm a big music guy, by the way.
Are you a big Beach Boys fan generally?
Biggest Beach Boys fan on the planet.
I think they really, well, let's not go down this rabbit hole, but I think they single-handedly created an entire sound.
Do you like John Stamos?
You know, I didn't at first, Josh. I didn't at first, but then I realized John Stamos is a huge Beach Boys fan, just like me. He happened to be an actor and very famous, and almost as good looking as Dr. Gary. So when they saw John Stamos, they said, put him on the stage. It'll get the girls to look at them. Dennis Wilson, the drummer of the Beach Boys, who was like a heartthrob for the ladies, he had passed away. John Stamos was a big Dennis Wilson fan, by the way. We're going to segue into the Manson case shortly, I guarantee it.
I can make a connection between John Stamos and true crime.
Tell me.
Yes, that is who, as I recall, Richard Ramirez was compared to.
I did not know that.
Yes, because of the appearances in pop magazines. That's what Richard Ramirez wanted to be. Like
I would liken him to the Crypt Keeper.
He was pretty what's that word? Chopped? Is that the word the youths use?
Fugly.
Don't they say chopped?
I think chopped, cooked thing. Yeah.
Chopped. I like chopped.
Are you guys aware of the real reason? There's been movies and documentaries. The real reason why Charlie Manson did what he did. Are you aware of the real reason? Because I could tell you. He was offered a record deal with the Beach Boys. Okay? And the son of Doris Day, I can't think of his name yet, producer of the Beach Boys and the Byrds.
Yes, I know the story. Yeah, go on.
Okay, so you're aware of the story. So
yeah. I was on the show about him, Helter Skelter.
You were on the show.
I was on the show Helter Skelter about Manson. I was on the documentary.
Can you tell me where to find that, Dr. Gary?
You can find it. I mean, it was a major program. I mean, they didn't use much of what I said.
I mean, was it on A&E or something like that?
It was on. I can't remember if it was Epics or Reels. One of those.
Okay, Reels might have been Reels. Wow, you were Dr. Gary.
Look it up on IMDb. You'll see this really funny picture of me going on the IMDb, and it's there.
That's what it was about. It was all about. They got Charlie was pissed off. He didn't get the record deal, and they used a song called "Never Learn Not to Love."
You're talking about Terry Melcher. You're talking about Terry Melcher.
Terry Melcher, yes. Now Terry Melcher and Dennis Wilson offered Charlie a record deal. Right. And I know you guys. I don't know if your viewers are going to get bored, so I won't stay on this topic. But
no, you're pretty entertaining. You remind me of that line in the movie. You remind me of that line in the movie The Birdcage, where Robert Williams says it's like watching a psychotic horse running toward a burning stable. Just nuts. The whole conversation is bonkers. I love it. I mean, not nuts. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Hilariously all over the place.
Yeah, Gary, I know what you mean.
He's hilarious. I think you're funny. We gotta get him together with somebody.
Why do you think I took his call?
We have to make a spin-off show with this. Who do we got to put him with? Joey H.
Yeah, him and Joey H.
Joey H. together is a show. I don't care. Not only is it a show, it's a mood.
That would be such. That's a vibe.
Hey,
Word. No,
listen.
I think we need.
If I knew when I got older, I was going to look like the Family Guy. I would have jumped off my high school. Okay, but anyway, it all worked out well. But I want to tell you, Sharon Tate, the house she lived in, that was owned by Terry Melcher. He was looking for Terry Melcher.
Yeah.
When he sent those girls to the Sharon Tate house. Are you aware of that, guys? Josh?
Oh, yes, I'm well aware of it.
Oh, okay. So you guys are familiar
Horrendous.
with the case. Okay.
Of
Okay.
course, very intimately. I mean, the Manson case is like the bread and butter of people who do what I do. We're very interested in that case. And you know what I found fascinating? A little tidbit I learned about Charles Manson. I think I might have
musician.
I might have learned this. I can't remember if I learned this when I was appearing on that. I don't know. I love that you're smoking on the screen. It's hilarious. You are such
Morton Downey Jr. did it for years.
Oh, Madonna mia, the fumando. Listen,
I got a big mouth. I got a big mouth.
Okay, but the thing is this. I learned, and I was fascinated by this. Remember the mini series Jesus of Nazareth?
It was my favorite. 1977. 1977. My favorite.
I love it too. I know every line. Okay. Well, did you know? At least this is what I was told. I don't know if it's true. That Robert Powell got the idea.
The actor who played Jesus Christ. Yep.
Of making Jesus never blink from Charles Manson.
No.
That's what somebody told me, that the actor who played Jesus got the sense that when you don't blink, it makes things feel like you're making very dogmatic, spiritual, mystical statements, and it convinces the listener. And so if you watch, he doesn't blink, just like Manson used to do. Manson, in fact, they called them Manson lights, those eyes that he had. But, the thing with Manson is to never fall for the idea that he was authentically crazy. It was all for effect.
He was a failed musician. He was a failed musician, Dr. Gary.
Right. There were drugs involved and he was weird, but the reality is that he was not crazy. That was all kind of to manipulate and control people. Give them drugs, X them out of society, whatever. But ultimately, he was raping.
He was a tad bit crazy though. He was a tad bit crazy.
Only in the way that certain people. Well, when he was drug addled, but he would meticulously study how to influence people, control people. You are hilarious,
Dr. Gary. If you went to NYU and saw that guy was your professor, well, I'd take the fucking bus home. I'm out of here. You know
in New York, he looks like a professor. He looks like he should be on the L train, wearing a shirt that says "Too cool."
The L train.
He'd be on the L train, passing through.
You should see the L train.
Avenue.
You should see the L train. I'm waiting for Mandami to show up. Fucking place is a mess.
I take the L train all the time.
New York City is a mess.
I take the L train all the time. Seriously, it's not. It's
Listen,
like
ladies and gentlemen, everyone watching the lab tonight, great to see everybody. If you show up in New York City as a tourist, I recommend bring a camera, some drinks, bulletproof vest, a helmet possibly, and have the phone on 911. Right? It's crazy.
Let me give you my top 5 list of things I've seen on the subway that are completely bonkers. Okay, all true. One time, guy came on totally nonchalant. Under his arm was a mallard duck. Okay, like
right.
Under his arm, literally sits down. Okay. Second craziest thing I saw: guy got on the subway. It wasn't Halloween. Dressed head to toe as a cockroach. With the dangly antenna, the entire thing, head to toe, with the multiple arms, the fake exoskeleton, the whole thing, just chilling. Cockroach chilling on the train. Okay, great. I'm trying to think. I got to think of them. There are so many of them.
When you jump on a subway car in New York City, be prepared for a cage match because you are now locked into a subway car.
Oh, I was almost killed on the subway.
Locked into that subway car. You might be. Listen, if you're not a tough guy, learn how to roll up in a ball and just cover up. Because you don't know what's going to happen. New York City is not a safe place, ladies and gentlemen.
I couldn't live anywhere else because the thing is, once you've gotten used to this joint, anywhere else
Dr. Gary, you're inside playing the piano, singing Beethoven. Stop it. You're not on the subway car. Well, listen, you got a piano.
The subway every couple of days. I live for danger.
But
I also like to live dangerously. Well, but the thing is riding on the subway is a very special. It is a menagerie of psychopathology.
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's great. Watch it on television, guys. Seriously, trust me. Trust me. Dr. Gary, serious question to your line of work. What is the thought process where someone would wear, the Missy Beavers case, a police uniform and go into a church and what's the police uniform all about, Dr. Gary?
I to tell you the truth, I don't have an answer for you on that. I'd have to give it a little thought. But it's a good question.
Why not go as the Green Gremlin or Superman or Batman? Why a police uniform?
Or a
Like, what's the
cockroach.
thinking?
No, it's an interesting question. And incidentally, what train line do you take?
I'm from Long Island, and I take the Port Jeff line into Penn.
You kind of look like a blue line guy. You take like the EA, that line.
I go to, I go once in I am in the city. I was just in the Bronx and Queens recently.
Yeah.
I was in Yonkers recently.
Yeah.
But my favorite thing to do is if I'm in a crazy mood all by myself, I'll head into Penn and I'll go into Chinatown. Well, what's left of Chinatown and Little Italy. And I'll go in there and I'll bounce around there. You know what I mean? Find some crazy meal and bounce out and pray that I didn't get pickpocketed.
Well, I have to say that in a sense, New York feels very different because I kind of missed it when it was filled with degenerates and bordellos and things because it was.
Oh, they're still there. You won't be disappointed then. You won't be disappointed. They are still there.
No, I mean in a way it's good, but I think it's a wonderful thing. But the character is gone. You know what I'm saying? Like for example, I think it's a good thing if there aren't muggers, criminals walking up to you. That's a good thing. But the reality is that New York had a lot of color when I was growing up. I enjoyed it. I mean, the things that people did were really. I mean, this is a true story. Honest to God, when I was growing up in Williamsburg, okay. I remember it was the middle of the night. I grew up in Williamsburg. And at one time in the middle of the night, I hear these people out in the streets screaming, one of them in Italian, one of them in English. They were killing each other. And when I got up and looked out the window as a kid, I could still see it. The one guy had taken off his prosthetic leg and was beating the other guy with his prosthetic leg, screaming in Italian, right? The whole time. And this image is frozen in my brain as one of the most primitive, bizarre things. And I think I've just always been drawn to that kind of thing, the zany and the primitive. It just feels very close to the bone of truth, But there was something about that image. I mean, it impressed itself on me as a kid, And
Dr. Gary,
Brooklyn was filled with these characters. Yes.
Two guys from Brooklyn. They go to the Vatican. They see the Pope. The Pope comes out on the thing, right? He goes like this. He blesses them. Yo, Giuseppe, he just blessed us. He said, no, you guineas get off my lawn.
Oh, all right. I'll tell you a really cheesy joke that I heard when I was younger, but that's along similar lines. But then we got to let you go. But you are very comical. I think it goes something like this. Now try to understand. I found this funny when I was like 12, which means I still think it's funny. Okay, so the joke is this guy goes into a barber shop in Brooklyn, and his barber is what we call a miserable, like a miserable human being, just hates everything, This guy's getting his hair cut, and he says, "You're never gonna guess what happened. I won an all expenses paid trip to Italy and the Vatican. It's not so great. I've been there. You're not gonna say anything too interesting. Well, I don't know. First of all, we're going to stay at the best hotel in Rome. What is it?" Gives him the name. It's a flea bag roach trap. The food is terrible. No one's ever going to show up when you call the front desk. It's awful. Okay. Well, I heard it's fantastic. I can't wait to go visit all the museums. They're too full. They're too hot. They're crappy. The way they hang the paintings, it's terrible. They say, "What else you doing there?" "Well, I have an audience with the Pope." Pope isn't going to say a word to you. You're going to sit there like an idiot. He's going to come out and wave at you, and you're going to go home. Believe me. Okay. So the guy goes on the trip to Italy, comes back to the barber again. The barber says, "Let me guess. Hotel was terrible." "No, it was fantastic. The food was delicious. The room was spotless. The maids were amazing. The servants fantastic. The bellboys, everything. Greatest place I ever stayed. 5 stars." "Okay. But I bet those museums were horrible." "No, absolutely beautiful. The best artwork I ever saw. Fantastic. I bought picture postcards for everybody. I loved it so." "Yeah, but what about that audience with the Pope?" "Not only did I see the Pope, but the Pope came over and talked to me personally." "He did?" "Yeah. He leaned in my ear and he said, 'Where the hell did you get that stupid haircut?'" Well, anyway, I don't know why that's funny to me. But at least I got to hear you with that smoky laugh that you have. That was fantastic. You sounded like Lauren Bacall with laryngitis. All right. Well, listen, it was a pleasure to speak to you. I always get a kick out of you. You are very, very funny. You're hilarious. And you remind me of people that I've known my whole life. I mean, which part of Brooklyn are you from?
The part that's in Suffolk County, Long Island.
Okay, that was a pleasure to meet you. Take care of yourself.
Right.
Hey,
Thank you, Michael.
Josh, please keep up the great content on the lab and the lab after dark, brother. Thank you for having me on. An absolute pleasure to talk to you guys. Dr. Gary, everybody, good night.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you, Mike. Bye-bye.
He is so funny.
Good stuff,
He
man.
is a Hanna-Barbera character.
He's fantastic.
Come on, that joke's funny.
Yeah, I thought it was great.
I didn't quite like that at 12 years old.
That is too funny, dude.
Anyway, he is Don Rickles. The audience is right. He has Don Rickles humor. I still don't get the thing about the hair, but it's funny anyway. The way he delivers it is funny.
Yeah, he's hilarious, dude.
It's like when my brother says, and it makes no sense, but it's still funny. When he says, "Go scratch your back like a bear." I don't know why that's funny, but it's
your brother's hilarious.
He is hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, he was wonderful.
Yeah, it was a great show.
We have this cast of characters now that call every time. I think, Chris, you should Josh, you should seriously consider a round table with him, Joey H, Janet, a couple of these characters that call every time because they're the best, and just get them in one room.
Oof. That'd be
amazing.
It would be funny. I tell you that. It would be
like what is that called? A battle royale?
Yeah.
Bruno, that's his name, right? Bruno.
God, that would be an absolutely fascinating show. Although tonight's been a fascinating show too. I've had a great time.
We need one of the serial killer episodes, though.
Yeah. So who's the next serial killer?
Well, to be honest with you, although it would be very gruesome, I was hoping we would cover Albert Fish. But the other one that we could consider doing that we haven't done a deep dive into is Dahmer.
We did Dahmer.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
We did Keys. Oh, wait, we did Dahmer. I remember. It just came back to me. What about
It might have been our first one.
Maybe like a lesser known. I like when we did the lesser knowns. We did Richard Ramirez as a deep dive.
We did Richard Ramirez. We did. I have a playlist.
John Wayne Gacy we haven't done.
We have not done Gacy. Gacy would be good. Gacy would be good.
John Wayne would be an interesting. I mean, you talk about like the ones that are like that have that larger than life quality because
Gacy. Gacy would be a fantastic show. I don't even know that much. I mean, I know a little bit, but not much.
Well, I could read the entire section I wrote about him in.
That would be awesome.
Summarize it, but he, I think we should do Gacy, and I can show that I have some artifacts related to him.
Okay,
that might be of interest. One thing I have from him that is very strange is he kept records of all of his all the newspaper articles about him. And the idea was that he was signing them to keep a record, like to record that they were his, but they were basically autographs.
Yeah.
And I have some of the articles from his original scrapbook, his art dealer. I got them from his art dealer, one of his art dealers. And it would be like a Xeroxed article about his victims, but then he like writes his name across it, which is very interesting in terms of interpreting that. And I also have from the same source this very disturbing image of him as one of his clown personas. Because remember, there's Pogo and Patches, right? Everybody just knows one, but there's those two characters, and it's like signed as if like it's a fan photo. You know what I mean? Like signed across. You know, I found that very disturbing. But I have those things because I was using them at the time we did the New Evil. We were considering including them.
Yeah.
But it was a little complicated but we should definitely talk about Gacy. I think he's a good one.
I would love to.
Oh, not a good one, a good case to talk about. And any other ones you could think of that I know people wanted Warnos.
Yeah, we did. I think we did promise Warnos
And Zodiac for sure.
and Zodiac.
That'll be like a two-parter because Zodiac cannot be done in one case. It has to be like a meticulous deep dive. Zodiac is a case that I would not be comfortable to discuss it unless we could really get in the weeds.
I love
what I can think of is maybe I don't want to do Raider. I'm sort of, but we could do Ridgeway.
Gary Ridgway, but I love that movie. I know that it's Hollywood.
Zodiac. Oh yeah. Well,
It's
it's David Fincher, same guy who did Mindhunter.
Yeah, it's so good. Let me read this really quick. Your superhero crime solving group, sorry, some of the groups left, called the Lab 5. That's off of the Fab 5, who were the 5 Michigan freshmen that played at Michigan basketball and went all the way to the national championship. What powers would you each have? Choose for each other. Like superpower? Like
power of invisibility.
So the power of what?
I have the power of invisibility.
You would like that power?
I have it. I have that power now.
I can see you right now. I'm looking at you.
I'm joking. I wish I had it. Don't you? By the way, did you see the TMZ interview I did?
I did. It was very good.
Well, there were some characters in the audio, in the comments that.
Well,
people say there was one person. I mean, I'm not going to name anybody, whatever. But there was one person who was watching who made a comment, and they were like, "How dare you say you coined the term elimination murder when that kind of murder has been going on since the beginning of time?" And I wanted to say, there were morons long before you created the term moron. You understand? Like, just because the thing existed, it didn't have a name. I gave it a name. I didn't create it's not like it didn't exist before, right?
You didn't create the idea of the elimination murder.
I mean, the things that people say. But I mean, can you imagine? But I was kind and I didn't say it.
Were you so was it like a premiere where people were chatting?
No, it's just like the stupid things people say wherever it's posted.
I
I won't even say where they said.
Yeah,
but it's just like in different places it's been posted and people write these dumb comments. And then you get the people who are like, the whole notion of staging is disproved by the idea that there's blood there. Like, are you kidding me? Like, blood staging is classic. You know what I'm saying? It's like these things bother me, but we just kind of, and of course I emphasize that it was just one possibility, not that it's the be all and end all possibility.
What bothers you more, that or belly button angels?
The belly button angels. Because I can, theological things are forever. The stupidity of people is only for a lifetime. You understand what I'm saying? I am more concerned about those things. This is just like an anti-rule.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. But oh my God.
No, but anyway, I thought it was good. And then I was also in The Guardian talking about the Taylor Parker case. The fetal abduction case.
Yeah. That's
yeah. So I've been getting around when not dealing with other things.
Well, if you have not, sub up to Dr. Gary's piano page. It's becoming a hit, Dr. Gary, and I think so. But
a very palatable hit.
Offline, I have a suggestion for you.
Okay. Play better, practice.
That's one of the suggestions.
I love the backhanded compliments people give, though. They're so funny. They'll write something like this. They'll be like, "I love that despite your totally unorthodox posture, bizarre way of playing, and totally weird fingering, beautiful music comes out."
Weird fingering?
Yeah, on the piano. They're like, "Weird, good music comes out anyway. Isn't that marvelous?" I'm like, that's like one of those things. That's like when someone says to you, "You look terrific. A few years ago, you were fat. Now you look great." And you're like, wait a minute, does that mean a few years ago you wanted to tell me that, but you were too nice? Like, I'm not grasping with that. So it's like people give these backhanded compliments. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. I know all about backhanded compliments.
I heard somebody say to somebody one time, I had to keep a straight face. They said, you know, in our relationship, we have different ways of thinking and loving each other. And I've come to appreciate that we think differently. And this is, out in the world, not a patient or something. And the person said, for example, I am a very abstract person. I think in complicated ways. And you are a concrete, simple, less advanced thinker. And I've come to love you for that. And I was sitting there like, you're kidding me? Like, that's the most obnoxious thing I've ever heard. So I get a kick out of people who are trying to say something nice, but it ekes out as like stabbing and like, with their insults. And I get a kick out of it. And, but most people are pretty nice. I know the person who said that meant it in a nice way, but it's a funny thing to say.
Well, yeah, somebody said the other day, talk about backhanded compliments. And I even talked about this on After Dark, but one of our callers, I think you might have remembered, she said that nobody's watching Lab After Dark for the commentary. They're watching it because that I was their eye candy.
Oh, that's all right. That's nice.
No. That's not nice because I want to be good with commentary.
Oh, no. I think they mean both.
That's not what
she
said.
What? They think you're a snack.
I
hate that kind of youth lingo.
Yeah,
and I just find it funny to mock it tonight. I'm sorry.
But I think that that's a backhanded compliment, isn't it?
What? Calling you that somebody would.
Well, no, you calling me a snack is just straight weird. But
no, I'm saying what they think.
A snack?
I don't think so,
bro. Dr. Gary thinks I'm a snack.
That is not what was said. And if you were, which one would you think?
I'm probably Oreos.
That's my favorite snack.
Mine too, but I haven't eaten an Oreo in probably 8 months.
Well, I figured out that you have to walk about 80 blocks to burn one of them, so I stopped eating them.
They're so good though, aren't they?
Of course.
Like in milk too?
Did you ever, I used to know what I used to do when I was a kid? Take the bottom off of one of them and the top off of another one and both the top and bottom off of a ton of other ones and make one big giant Oreo sandwich.
Oh, that sounds so good. I'll tell you this. A long time ago, when I was doing that, I did something like that, and then I took the little ends and threw them in the garbage, right? Like the leftover ends. And at the time, my uncle was just a low-level slob half the time, and love him to death, but he's disgusting sometimes. Ate a piece of pastrami out of the middle of the street once. Swear to God, watched it happen. I'm the one that threw the pastrami in the street. He went over, picked it up, said, "Oh, it's good meat." Ate it. So I was doing that, and I put the Oreo ends, I guess, in the trash, and I came home, and he was pulling them out of the trash and putting peanut butter in between them and dipping them in milk. Pulled them out of the trash.
Are you kidding me?
No, it's disgusting.
No. All right, that's something else. All right, well, let's.
All right, I gotta take these dogs out, Dr. Gary.
That's right, and listen. In all seriousness, let me know which of those you want to do, and we will have a more serious show.
Absolutely, and I'm gonna
goofy mood today.
I know that you work tomorrow, but I do want to call you because there's about your page.
Well, you probably want to also talk to me about the other thing I texted you.
That as well, yes. So either I can call you tonight or I can call you tomorrow. Either way.
Okay, go on.
All right.
You can call me. You can call tonight.
Yeah, I'll call you tonight when I take the dogs out.
Okay.
All right, man. Thanks a lot.
So now that the whole world knows it.
Yeah, me and Dr. Gary are going to talk on the phone.
All right. Bye-bye.
He's going to call me a snack.
No, I'm not. But I'll mock the people who do.
That's funny. Guys, thank you so much. Dream about belly buttons, angel belly buttons. Yeah, it's a good point. me see. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I mean, geez, 4 hours, 45 minutes, another long show. Love these shows. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you to all the callers. Thank you to everybody that sent in super chats and super stickers and became members. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to John, Bob, Gary, and to everybody. You know, had a lot of fun. I love doing these shows, and we'll keep doing them as long as you guys keep showing up. It's always a lot of fun to do. Thank you guys so much. Oh, yeah. Thank you to the mods as well. The best mods in the game. They really are the unsung heroes of these shows. And I truly couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you, mods, as always.